Good morning. Today is Tuesday, February 3rd, 2026. This is the New Hampshire House of Representatives, Municipal and County Government Committee. I am Representative Diane Power. The committee has convened today for bill hearings as well as executive sessions. And also we have some substitutes today. And they're not here right now, but I would like to announce we have subbing Representative Schomburg as well as Representative Brown, and they should be arriving later in the day. Now, please make sure that your cell phones are silenced, and please join us in reciting the Pledge of Allegiance led by Representative Gilman. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. So before we begin our bill hearings, I have a few quick morning announcements. So as I said, the committee has convened today for the purpose of public hearings on 9 bills, and later, sometime after 1 p.m., we will be execing four of our 5 early bills. We have already execed the 5th early bill, so that's all set. And additionally, we will also possibly exec additional bills that we've already heard pursuant to House Rule 44. And one other note is that we will be breaking for lunch sometime around noon. And I will assess where we are in the hearing that may occur around the noon time. And we're going to take that lunch break because I just recently learned that the cafeteria closes at 1:30. So for those who would like to purchase something from the cafeteria, it's important that we break before then so that you can get some food. Okay, so that concludes the morning announcements. So I will say that in order to stay on schedule today, I will allow, with regards to bill introductions, I would ask that the prime sponsors attempt to introduce the bill within 5 minutes. That will not be a hard and fast rule. And of course, that will be followed by questions and answers. And then we will allow up to 3 minutes, depending upon how many cards I have for testimony on a given bill and looking at our time schedule. So again, that's to be determined. And that would be 3 minutes. And if you have additional information you'd like to share with the committee, feel free to, if you have hard copies, distribute it to either end of the table here, or feel free to email it to the committee for our consideration prior to executing the bill. And I think people that are here understand when they take the seat there, that for the record to state your name, who you represent, and your disposition on the bill. So when the clerk is all set, we can start our hearings. Okay. So at this time, the chair will open the public hearing on House Bill 1107, enabling municipal budget committees to have alternate members. The chair recognizes the prime sponsor, Representative Vallone, to introduce his legislation to us this morning. Good morning and welcome to Municipal and County Government.
So I'm here to support House Bill 1107. It's enabling municipal budget committees to have alternate members. This is a very straightforward bill. It has the support of both Representative Michael Vose and myself from Epping. I speak both as a representative and as a member of the Epping Budget Committee. I come here also on behalf of the Epping Board of Selectmen. So this enabling legislation solves 2 problems for Epping, and I think for a lot of committees out there. Budget committees, as you know, have a pretty unusual schedule due to the nature of the statute governing the preparation of a town and school warrant. So we wind up having lots of meetings in a very short, compressed period of time. So even though we have 9 elected members, we still have difficulty at times getting a quorum. And that has proven difficulty. We've had to change meetings and so on. And I think that's a function that probably happens in other budget committees around the state. Now, I served on the Zoning Board of Adjustment. We had alternates. If you look at most committees in town, like planning boards, they have alternates. So this legislation simply allows for a budget committee to have 1 to 3 alternates. So that's basically what this does. So this really does solve a problem for us, and I assume that probably for other budget committees around the state. And I would urge you to please support this legislation. Hopefully I've been as brief as possible. And I will entertain any questions.
Okay, thank you, Representative Vallone. Are there questions for the prime sponsor? The chair recognizes Representative Colby for a question.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for taking my question. This is a very important option. Would there be concerns from the legislative body that the method of choosing alternates may differ from the way they currently select their, or could potentially be different from the way they select their regular members? So if your budget committee is elected and then alternates are appointed,
Correct.
wouldn't that possibly cause confusion or less?
Well, thank you for the question, and I think that's a good one. And so based on my experience with other committees where we've had alternates and they've been appointed by the committee, we've had no real problems with that. Remember, they only serve up until the next election, so it's a relatively short term. It's not 3 years; it's 1 year. So they get appointed. I would just argue that I guess the other point about the problem solving is that currently the signups for town offices just ended last week. We have 3 budget seats available. 1 person signed up. So now we're scrambling to try to get some write-ins. So I'm just saying that one of the other functions of an alternate is that it's really a good, I say, farm system or whatever you want to call it. It's a way of sort of preparing, sort of socializing people into the work of the budget committee, and that very often, as I've seen in both planning board and in zoning, is that alternates wind up being prepared and running for the full-time position. So I think hopefully, if you look at the town books for Epping the last 2 years, you will see multiple positions where people had to be replaced. So that's, I would just say that I don't think that the fact that they're being appointed creates much of a problem. It's a short term that they serve. It's a system that I think has worked very well. I don't see it as being abused in any way. So I hope that answers your question.
The chair recognizes Representative Dolan.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Representative, for taking my question. Is the appointment of an alternate done at the convening of each meeting, or is it just once per the term?
It's once a person's appointed as an alternate, they serve. Basically they serve as an alternate.
Thank you.
Further questions? I have a question. So with regards to the budget cycle, it's very fast-paced. There's deadlines, and the budget needs to be gone through. So could you comment on a concern that I have in that you've expressed in your bill introduction that there's a concern with budget committee members not being present to do the work that they were elected to do, and also the inability for the budget committee to obtain a quorum so that they can do their hold the meeting and do their work. So comment on the concern that I have with regards to these alternates. They're alternates. They're not required to attend or even view the meeting. So a concern that I have is, while they're going to be an alternate, going through the budget and potentially contributing to votes on different issues, the least of which is the operating budget. My concern is if they're not participating fully to, how can they be well-informed to actually cast a vote on something that's so important as in the case of the operating budget, a budget committee, it's the operating budget. So how does that really solve a problem?
Well, thank you for the question. So my experience in Epping, and I have served on the both ZBA and on budget, and I've attended a lot of planning board meetings, is that the alternates attend. So the expectation is that they are there, sitting in just in case they are needed. So it's not like all of a sudden they just fly in at the last minute without any kind of preparation for the meetings. Is that generally they will have attended meetings. And so the understanding is, now, is that in statute? No. Is that in practice in Epping? The practice for zoning board and for the planning committee is that members, the alternates, are there. So I would think that part of the process of appointing an alternate would be the conversations. Well, can you attend meetings?
The chair recognizes Representative Grund.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Representative, for taking my question. So our town and our schools, all our Ways and Means, Finance Committees, Zoning and Planning Board all have alternate members, and they do attend the meetings, and it's almost like a training. My question is, and they're actually appointed for a 3-year time period, the same time period as Ways and Means members. So they can be an alternate for 3 years. So they have much training. But my question on line 2021, where it says shall serve terms of 1 year, is that one fiscal year to the end of the fiscal year or one calendar year? Does that need to be amended to be descriptive?
Thank you for the question. I think it's a good question. I mean, the practice that we've had in Epping is that generally you serve until the next election. So it could be up to, I mean, the worst time was we actually had somebody elected, and even before the first meeting said, I can't do this. They resigned before they even showed up for their first meeting. So if you look at that, that's pretty much, that's about as long a term as an alternate, in my view, in the interpretation of this law. That's how it would be. So the 1 year is based on when the election is coming up. So they serve out that one. And then the expectation is hopefully that they will, if there's an opening, that they will run.
Further questions? Seeing none, thank you.
Thank you very much. And I hope that was quick.
Next, the chair recognizes Mr. Deshays. Good morning and welcome to Municipal and County Government.
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman, and thank you to the committee for taking my testimony this morning. For the record, Brody Deshays, I represent the New Hampshire Municipal Association, and we support House Bill 1107 as currently drafted, and we're happy to help draft it. We were contacted by the town of Epping, so this is a member request, and we also view this as not just helping the town of Epping, but several other of our association's members. So House Bill 1107 simply enables municipalities with budget committees established under RSA 32:14 to have alternate members at large. It would be 1 to 3 members as determined by the legislative body, and the budget committee would appoint these alternate members, which is pretty in line with other committees, local boards that have alternate members. Usually it's the body, makes either a recommendation to the Board of Selectmen or themselves are empowered by statute, typically with approval of the legislative body, to appoint those alternate members. The goal is to allow budget committees to have some alternate members to help establish quorums for their meetings and increase local flexibility if they're struggling to establish quorums. Additionally, some people prefer to be an alternate member on a local board rather than being elected, or prefer to experience membership on a local board for a year as an alternate member prior to running. Sometimes it can be easier to fill alternate seats because it's less of a commitment, the term shorter. It's only 1 year rather than 3 years, and you don't have to stand for election. And some people just do not like having to stand for an election, but like to participate and volunteer in their local government. I'll flag in respect to Representative Grun's questions about lines 20 through 21 on page 1 of the bill. That's meant to align with existing law that's currently on lines 10 and 11, where it says, the vote to determine who shall serve staggered terms of 3 years. And I think the intent with how that would fit into the current statutory scheme is after an election, like any other alternate members, ZBA or planning board alternates, that's when you would do the appointment for 1 year. So that could, if it needs to be clarified, we'd be happy to work with it, but we think it's already well implied based on how the statutes work and existing precedents. And with that, I'd be happy to answer any questions the committee may have.
Thank you, Mr. Teixeira. Questions? So I have a quick question, and it's with regards to, obviously, this is enabling legislation, and the question shall be put to the voters. While I don't see any question to adopt, that I assume that's implied, and I just want to double check. Is there a rescind mechanism, or is that also implied? Because if a municipality, actually a town or applicable subdivision, adopts this provision, is there a way to also, if they change their mind and say, oh, we don't want alternates anymore, is there a rescission mechanism specifically?
I'm pretty sure there is, and I'm trying to see which section it is. Because I'm pretty sure we added to the statute just a term or alternate member at large to the current rescission process for a budget committee. But maybe that's a separate statute, and I could be mistaken, but I'm trying to read this over real quick to see. Because I see we added where it says a manner of selection,
Yeah.
or that you could, so you can change the number.
And so I don't want to put you on the spot, but you feel free to take a closer look offline and follow up with the committee.
I almost think it's, and I will, I think section 1 might be applicable to that. I'll double check, but I'm pretty sure the citations in section 1 of the bill is citing the statute where there's the rescission process for budget committees.
Okay, fine.
So,
Thank
but
you.
I'll ensure that, and I'll follow
Okay.
up with the committee and make sure that that's clear.
Yes. I'd like to get it all done in one bill. The chair recognizes Representative Davis.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for taking my question. Chapter RSA 32 applies to towns and cities. But as I look at this bill and interpret this bill, it doesn't apply to cities. It's strictly towns. Would you interpret it that same way?
Thank you for the question, Representative Davis. My understanding is all the power is provided to cities, provided to towns is also applicable to cities under RSA 47:1. So I would imagine that a city could adopt a budget committee. I don't know if any cities have, because typically if they have some kind of budget authority, they'll do it through charter.
Follow up.
Yes, follow
So
up.
the budget committee in a city is the city council.
Yeah, thank you for the question, Representative Davis. Seeing as the city hasn't adopted a budget committee, just like a town that hasn't adopted a budget committee, the governing body would do its, it would be the only one that oversees the budget process and what's recommended to the voters, or
Yeah.
cities also, their governing body will act as the legislative body too.
Thank you.
The chair recognizes Representative Colby.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for taking my question. Similar question, I'm just going to rephrase it. For communities with elected budget committees, would this bill promote potential candidates to circumvent an electoral system? Because the method of choosing the alternate is not following the same process. So a member could perpetually be an alternate and never have to run for election.
Thank you for the question, Representative Colby. So I can see the concern. However, there are still other at-large members who need to be responsive to the public and need to answer to the public and will be duly elected. So that number is between 5 and 9 typically for a municipal budget committee. And so, I think there's a general expectation that they would be responsive to the voters. The process for applying to be an alternate would be an open one. It would be one where people are free to apply and where the committee needs to publicly discuss the applicants and approve whether it's 1 to 3. Additionally, this arrangement would be approved by the legislative body, the voters. So if the voters didn't feel comfortable with this process, they would vote down the warrant article rather than approving it. So you're getting that initial consent from the voters in the municipality to allow for an alternate member for 1 to 3 of them to be appointed annually. So I think there's a lot of consent from the legislative body or the voters. I think it would be a transparent process, and it's not an atypical process because it's done on also, for example, on multiple land use boards that are established in statute.
Chair recognizes Representative Majori.
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman, and thank you, Mr. Shanes, for taking my question, which I'm going to put out into the ether too, because somebody must know the answer to this. Can an alternate be an alternate on multiple boards or committees?
Thank you for the question, Representative Majori. I would presume yes, but there's also statute that prohibits serving on multiple positions or boards locally, and then there's additional statutes that enable municipalities to adopt ordinances beyond what the law currently requires. So I would say as long as it complies with the current statutes and any locally adopted ordinances, yes.
The chair recognizes Representative Gilman.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for taking my question. This may be a stupid question, actually. Can an alternate ever serve as chair? I mean, 3 people would have to be missing in order for that to happen, correct?
Thank you for the question, Representative Gilman. I'm not sure, and I've never heard of an alternate being appointed as the chair of either a local land use board, for example. I mean, I think typically it would be expected that a member elected is the chair, but if a municipality were to ask me that question, I would tell them to consult with their local legal counsel.
Thank you, Representative Gilman. All questions are valuable. The chair recognizes Representative Davis.
Thank you, Madam Chair, with the exception of this one, maybe. Is it not the chair that authorizes alternates to vote should a quorum not be met? And so it would be kind of a logical impossibility for an alternate to serve as chair because they do not have the authority to appoint alternates to vote.
Thank you for the question, Representative Davis. I think to Representative Frack's comment, that's a valid point. I also think it depends on what your local rules of procedures are. So, you might have a board where the board needs to consent to having an alternate sit rather than the chair appoint. And it might be unwritten, it might be a precedent that the chair always does the appointment of, you're now a seated member. It could also be, is the committee okay with this individual being the seated member? I mean, you might have times where you have all 3 alternates show up for an opening and there's one seated member who isn't attending. So there might be a process for how you determine which one of those 3 alternates gets to be the seated member that day. It could be rotating. It really depends. So I've seen a lot of different processes on the local level.
Further questions? Seeing none, thank you.
Thank you.
Representative Vallone.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just real quick, looking at RSA 32:14, there's a process for both adopting a budget committee and for abolishing it. So I would assume that RSA 32:14 covers the decision to abolish having alternates.
Thank you, Representative Vallone. My question was not about adopting or rescinding the Budget Committee. It was specifically to the question to allow alternates. So maybe that's in the gray area and it would be covered, but I think Mr. DeShays is going to look into it, but I do appreciate
Okay,
your clarification.
thank you.
Thank you. So that represents my last pink card, and at this time, the chair, oh, yes, yes, sorry.
No,
I
that's
didn't
okay.
look to my right.
That's okay, Madam Chairwoman. My question is for you. I'm looking at law for alternates, and it cites boards but not committees. How do we get the clarity for whether that is inclusive, or can we, does it need to be an amendment to a law? Where do we get that clarity from?
So the bill hearing today has indeed raised some questions because we want to be thorough, correct? With what's in front of us, and we don't want to be complete. So I think that I will need to request some research to answer these types of questions to make sure that, in fact, an amendment is not needed if the questions that we have with regards to rescission and after the adoption of allowing alternate members, if that's already taken care of in statute elsewhere, that's implied, that's fine, no amendment needed, but if the answer comes back differently, then we may need an amendment. Does that answer your question? Thank you. So this time, the chair recognizes Representative Gilman to report out the blue sheets.
Thank you, Madam Chair. On today's remote testimony, we had 6 in support and none in opposition. And the paper sheet has 1 in support.
So I did skip over one thing, so I'll cycle back a little bit. So I would also, before I close the hearing, I'll ask, is there anybody present who wishes to speak to this bill who has not yet had the opportunity to do so? Okay, seeing none. Thank you, Representative Gilman. And with that, the chair will close the public hearing on House Bill 1107. Okay. At this time, the chair will open the public hearing on House Bill 1118, increasing the limit for monies remitted to municipal treasurers. And the chair recognizes the prime sponsor, our own Representative Colby.
Already started the clock.
Micro Machines guy.
Good morning.
Good morning.
And thank you for introducing your bill.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, honorable members of the committee. I am Representative Elena Colby, representing the beautiful towns of Hopkinton and Bow. Thank you for the opportunity to present the bill. HB 1118 is a bipartisan initiative designed to enhance the efficiency of local municipal operations. The bill increases the maximum daily collected allowance to $3,500, after which remittance to the treasurer or their designee is required for deposit. The current allowable $1,500 limit is outdated. It is important to note that some of these statutes have not been amended in 20 years. Since their implementation, municipalities have seen increases in taxes and fees collected by employees and town officials. Vehicle registration costs, building inspections and permits, and recreation fees have all dramatically increased over the years. The state has also increased numerous fees that are collected at the municipal level just this past year. While the adjustment will likely be too small of an increase to benefit medium or larger cities and towns, by adjusting the daily deposit limits, smaller municipalities will experience some much-needed relief. Many of these smaller towns are located far from their banking institutions, often several miles, sometimes they're a couple towns over. The circumstances require smaller departments with limited staff to close early to comply with these outdated regulations. This change will allow employees and municipal officials to focus more on assisting residents and enhancing overall operational efficiency. You will notice that the only changes to these 4 RSAs are to the threshold amount that the municipality can reach before remittance to the treasurer. No other language was added or omitted. This bill does not prohibit any municipality from adopting a lower threshold or retaining its current limits. And I'm happy to take questions.
Thank you, Representative Colby. Are there questions? So I have a question, and I just, I've never seen a bill like this before. It's new to me. And I just wanted to understand the process. So there's the issue of the daily or weekly, what's it called? Remittance to the treasurer of the money. So if it's under this threshold, the clerk or the official just holds on to those monies in like a safe?
Yes.
Okay.
And that's why when the $1,500 limit, or in one of the RSAs, never got changed, it was $500. That $1,500 limit, when it says or weekly, was just, no one's making it a week.
And on average, with based on your understanding, like what in your municipality or whatnot, what on average are is being taken in? I'm just kind of curious.
My municipality likely would not benefit from this piece of legislation because it's a collective from all departments. So we are having to cover car registrations, building permit fees, the recreation department, any kind of building inspections. We may squeak an extra day out, but with car registrations being at, you're lucky to get out of there at $500 a vehicle. That adds up to $1,500 real quick.
Thank you. Further questions? Seeing none, thank you. Oh, I'm sorry. I think I need to look right, left, and then right again, right? So the chair recognizes Representative Davis. I apologize.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for taking a question. I work in a supermarket, and we do on a daily basis what's called sweeps of cash registers. And several years ago, the threshold for a sweep was $600 in cash in each drawer. A couple of years ago, it was increased to some other amount. Is this change kind of tantamount to this general trend of the raising of thresholds of what is a safe amount of money to be kept at any time across government, businesses, kind of the entire financial spectrum?
I think it's definitely, it could get to a point where it's kind of that slippery slope where you're just plan on going every day. Which is why, even though my initial urge was to go much higher than 3,500, I did not.
Further questions? Seeing none, thank you. So that represents my one and only card that I have in my possession. So I will ask, is there anyone present who wishes to speak to this bill who has not yet had the opportunity to do so? Seeing none, the chair will recognize Representative Gilman to report out the blue sheets.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The remote testimony is blank. And the paper blue sheet has 3 in support.
Thank you. And with that, the chair will close the public hearing on House Bill 1118. Next, the chair will open the public hearing on House Bill 1113, enabling towns to establish a 3-year term for town moderators. The chair recognizes Representative Murphy to introduce his bill to us today. Good morning, and thank you for introducing your bill to our committee.
Good day, Madam Chair, members of the Municipal and County Committee. For the record, my name is Dennis V. Murphy II. I'm the town moderator for the town of Winchester. I'm also a state representative for Cheshire 11, Winchester. I'm here to introduce House Bill 1113, which is an enabling bill to increase the term of office for town moderator from a 2 to a 3-year term. This was a New Hampshire Municipal Association member-requested bill by another moderator. Currently, the supervisor of the checklist serves either a 3 or a 6-year term, depending upon the town. Winchester has a 6-year term. The Board of Selectmen is also up to a 3-year term, along with town clerk, school clerk, planning board, library trustee, trustees of the trust fund, budget committee, cemetery commission, and school board. School moderators can also be up to a 3-year term. Also, on a side note, the only group without a lobbying organization are the town and school moderators. We all have NHMA and NHSBA, but not a specific group for moderators. Only the town moderator has a 2-year term. The language I use in this bill is from RSA 41:16, B and C, defining the office of town clerk. I only exchanged the word town clerk for moderator. Right now, I can only fully do my election duties every other year. Why, do you ask? My name's on the ballot. If a ballot gets jammed in the ballot counting device, I should not touch it, even if I'm the only one running for moderator. Some moderators do, most don't. As a former election attorney working in the Secretary of State's office once told me, it's just not a good look to touch any election ballot with my name on it. I agree 100%. So I've asked someone else to remove the jam. Even if it's multiple pages, it's still one ballot. This bill will enable moderators to also serve 3-year terms, as does other elected town officials, with the exemption of supervisors of the checklist. Therefore, I humbly ask you to consider House Bill 1113 ought to pass, so I can do my job 2/3 of the time versus half the time, as I do now. Again, thank you, Madam Chair, and the committee for hearing my testimony on House Bill 1113 ought to pass. I'll now take any questions you have.
Thank you, Representative Murphy. Did you say you will take questions?
Most definitely.
Okay, perfect. Are there questions for Representative Murphy? Representative Davis is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for taking my question, Representative. This is enabling legislation, correct?
That's correct.
Representative Colby is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for taking my question. Could you go over some of the required trainings that moderators have to go through to run elections?
Well, the New Hampshire Municipal Association, in conjunction with the School Board Association, they work together to put a moderators workshop together once a year. And on occasion, the Secretary of State's office has trainings. Is it enough? No. Supervisor of the checklist used to have a lot of trainings up at this up at the archives. Not anymore. They only have one time. They used to have 2 or 3 sessions. In my humble opinion, the Secretary of State's Office for Education is lacking.
Follow up, Madam Chair?
Yes.
Thank you. Thank you for taking a follow up. Do you feel that this bill will benefit by enabling educated or seasoned moderators, I should say, to continue with their work?
Definitely.
Further questions? I have a question on section 2 of the bill. I just find that whole, I guess, section confusing as to how that is, I guess, stated. It's just, could you help to explain why the bill was drafted this way? It says, after a 3-year term for moderator has been established at any subsequent annual meeting under an article on the warrant, and then it goes on, and then there's the question that's to be on the ballot, and it's very curious the way that I find it very confusing. Could you comment on that?
Well, in working with the New Hampshire Municipal Association on this, took the exact language that we have right now for the town clerk. So this is already in statute. And all I did was copy and paste the word town clerk and I put inserted moderator.
Okay, thank you. Further questions? Seeing none, thank you.
Thank you.
Just sorting something out with a bill that's upcoming. Okay, so continuing on. Next, the chair recognizes Mr. Deshays. Oh, okay. The chair recognizes Mr. O'Donnell. Good morning, Deputy Secretary O'Donnell. Welcome to Municipal and County Government.
Good morning. Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, members of the committee. I'm the Deputy Secretary of State for New Hampshire. I'm here in opposition to HB 1113. I also want to start just by thanking Representative Murphy for serving as moderator. And I think New Hampshire really is truly fortunate to have so many excellent moderators across the state. It is probably the single most important election official. They have so many incredibly important responsibilities with respect to Election Day. And so the concern from my office is not with those great moderators who serve term in and term out across the state. It is the risk of sort of the bad outcome. Right now, a moderator is responsible for coordinating with other election officials pre-election. They organize the polling place. They're responsible for supervising and overseeing all of the election officials during the election. They're responsible for enforcing electioneering prohibitions, which can be pretty difficult when you're confronting members of the public, ensuring that people are staying orderly, ensuring that none of the election officials are becoming partisan in any way, and overseeing the count after the polls close. The only real way to remove a moderator is to elect a new moderator. There is no easy process to remove an elected official. And in the worst case, if you get someone who cannot handle those really important election responsibilities, you now have by extending it from 2 years to 3 years, the potential where they're in for an extra town election, but in some cases, 2 state general election cycles, so 2 state primaries, 2 state general elections. And so it feels like it doesn't look like a big change on paper, but it makes it a lot harder for the town to exercise some control if they end up with a moderator who is really struggling to fulfill their responsibilities. And so I don't want to disparage Representative Murphy. Most of the moderators across the state, I think they do a really, truly wonderful job. We're just worried about having that procedure in place where there is an election every 2 years so that towns can protect themselves if they get someone in that role who shouldn't be in that role. Thank you. Any questions? I'm happy to take.
Thank you, Deputy Secretary O'Donnell. Are there questions? The chair recognizes Representative Davis.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for taking my question. If you have a bad moderator, isn't 2 years the same problem?
So with a normal two-year term, yes, that is partially a problem, but they will do 2 town elections, if it's a town. They'll do a state primary, a state general election, and every other term they'll do a presidential primary.
And a
If
follow-up,
it's
if I may.
a 3-year term, you're adding on another town election, but potentially another state general election cycle, so 2 more statewide elections.
Follow-up, if I may, Madam Chair.
Yes.
Thank you. And following up on that, this committee on a regular basis sees bills come through our process whereby the terms of elected or appointed officials are moved from 3 years to 4 years, 2 years to 3 years. Why have we not heard from the Secretary of State's office in opposition to any of those?
So I don't think the concern is the same with respect to a lot of those other officials. If you think supervisors of the checklist, they are a board. There are multiple supervisors. And so they do not have the same sort of unilateral control, whereas a moderator is the single person who is ultimately responsible for the entire polling place. They are responsible for the ballot clerks, handling check-in procedures. They're responsible for the members of the public who are observing and all the voters. They're responsible for the town clerk and their duties and securing it. So it's just a different position.
Chair recognizes Representative Frocht.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Deputy Secretary, what are the criteria by which the effectiveness of a moderator can be judged or are judged?
Thank you for the question. I don't know if there are specific questions. My prior role was at the Attorney General's office in the elections unit, and so we would get complaints about election officials. So you could have a situation, and there were complaints that some moderators are not willing to go outside and confront people who are electioneering in the electioneering zone. They are confronting people who are walking up. There are moderators who have more difficulty sort of making sure that they're moving around the polling place and actually overseeing all of the officials, as opposed to, maybe staying at the front of the line and socializing with people. And so there's a lot that goes into it. And I don't have a specific example of this is a problem person, because I don't think we would want that person in place. So my concern is more, it's the possibility and being able to intervene if necessary.
Follow up?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. So I'm hearing you say, and I don't want to be putting words into your mouth, but I think you're indicating that this is a very subjective decision.
So it is, but it's not a decision that I think my office makes or anyone office makes. I think it is a decision that I would prefer preserved to the voters every 2 years so that they can make that determination. And that if they feel that their moderator is not properly and effectively running their elections, that they have that choice in place where they can run against and elect a new moderator.
All right, thank you.
The chair recognizes Representative Grund.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Deputy Secretary, for taking my question. The things that you just mentioned regarding concerns of things they may not be doing correctly, could that be just down to training? That if they had proper training, that they would understand where their responsibilities are, where they are and where they aren't. That would then support more the fact that they have a better background and maybe more years in the position give them a better strength.
I certainly think in the majority of cases, it is about training, and that people do not volunteer for local government in any position because they want to be a stick in the mud or to disrupt the process. But when you are in the municipal law space long enough, you will hear those rare situations where there is a board member who is elected who is uncontrollable. And so I agree with you that in the majority of situations, these are very well-meaning, very hardworking people who accept training, work hard, and that our elections are exceedingly well-run. And I am just worried about that, the one-off, the worst-case scenario.
Representative Franz is recognized for a question.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for taking my question. Doesn't paragraph 2, lines 16 through 18 give you an out for that? Like, if the town decides to adopt a 3-year term, um, they can, they can do away with it through a warrant article, through a vote annually.
I think certainly this is enabling, so a town would get to pick which term they want. And if they have a bad experience, they could go back to a 2-year term if they thought that was better. But it doesn't, that process doesn't save them if they find themselves in a situation where they have elected a moderator and decide that they're maybe not the best person and they would like to elect someone new, but they are stuck with a 3-year term before they can reelect.
The chair recognizes Representative Grund.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for taking a second question. So can you explain the difference of your concern of this, of staying a 2-year term for a moderator versus a town clerk that's a 3 years, and that important position, the work they do and the havoc that could be created there if it wasn't done properly? Why would one be looked at differently than the other?
Yeah, I think in this case, the focus on the moderator, because they're the person controlling the election event. And the town clerk has a role in that day, but they are subject to the moderator on that day. They have roles related to absentee voting and voter registration intake, although it goes to the supervisors afterwards. And so I'm not saying that town clerk is not important and that voters don't want control of that position. It's just we have, I guess, seen at least some examples that when an election goes wrong, and it is incredibly rare, that it is such a difficult thing, and that the moderator is sort of a really unique responsibility in making sure an election runs smoothly, finishes on election night with an accurate count.
Chair recognizes Representative Colby.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for taking my question. In the event a moderator is unable to perform their duties on an election day or at town meeting, who is responsible to perform those duties?
So a moderator pro tem has to be appointed, and I apologize without checking the statute. I forget exactly who appoints them. I did once have to go inspect an election where the moderator had left unexpectedly, so it was 2 different people appointed moderator pro tem for half of each of the election. And that was a difficult election for obvious reasons, that they were not trained moderators, which was why I was on site for the whole election.
Thank you.
The chair recognizes Representative Davis.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for taking another question. It sounds to me as though the focus of your testimony in opposition to this bill is on elections. Would you agree that town moderators do a whole lot more than oversee elections?
Yes, they are also responsible with the town meeting process
And a
as well.
follow-up, if I may?
Yes.
And isn't, as Representative Franz said, the remedy to what you're terming a bad outcome of an election either the rescission of this enabling legislation or another election? I just don't understand. It gives towns all the latitude they need to deal with what could be a problematic situation.
If a town adopts the 3-year term and it talks about an effective date, it doesn't change the term of a currently elected official. And I believe in paragraph 2, it's the same thing. When you change the term from 3 years to 2 years, you're not changing any currently elected official's term. So when I tried to answer that question earlier, I think a town can say, we didn't like the 3-year term, we want to go back to a 2-year term. What they can't do is elect someone to a 3-year term, decide they wish it was 2 years, and change that person's term.
The chair recognizes Representative Gilman.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for taking my question. You mentioned at one point about the moderator having to supervise the whole election process, but that included answering questions or helping out, interpreting what the supervisors of the checklist do. And they have 6-year terms. So would a moderator have to, for 2 years, every 2 years, have to learn what the many election law changes are. Wouldn't it be easier if they only had to do it every, one block in 3 years and one block in the next 3 years?
I apologize. I'm not quite following, but maybe I can answer it this way. Every election official has to stay apprised, all the different roles. They have to stay apprised of changes in election law. There are some that are passed every single year. So it is always an ongoing learning process. The election procedure manual is updated every 2 years to reflect those, but you can still have off-year changes as well.
Thank you.
The chair recognizes Representative Guthrie.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for taking my question, sir. Could you tell me if at the end of 2 years, the moderator is not doing his job? And sometimes it's a quality thing, good, better, best. You know, we have all kinds of moderators. Some are good, some are better, some are best. How do you determine that to get rid of that moderator if, in fact, he is not coming up to snuff?
So I think there is no process for removing a moderator short of maybe the constitutional process and going to the Superior Court. The only normal process is a new election and the town elects a different person. And this changes the time period at which those elections happen.
Follow up, Madam Chair.
Yes.
Who determines whether or not the moderator is doing the job? And if he can or she can run at the end of 2 years, what difference does it make if he or she runs for 3 years? I don't understand how the term of office protects the fact that you might have a moderator that is not as good as you'd like. And in my understanding, it would be the voters that would determine that, not anybody that might be maybe make that judgment other than in a ballot.
Yes, thank you. I absolutely agree. It is the voters who decide. And that is where our opposition is that we think the voters should at the very least have the opportunity every 2 years to decide whether they want to elect, the current moderator if they're running again, or a new moderator if there's a challenger. But ultimately, it is still up to the voters, and they are the true control over the moderator, like all their elected officials.
Thank you for your answers, and thank you, Madam Chair.
The chair recognizes Representative Majori.
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman, and thank you, Deputy, for taking my question. Many of us are members of select boards where the idea of inefficiency in office might be difficult to establish. But under RSA 4, an elected official can be removed for inefficiency in office. I imagine that might be easier to prove for the moderator and making this not a nebulous thing where I don't like the way you're doing, I don't mean to be flippant about it, but I don't like the way you're dealing with electioneering out there. But if they are inefficient in their office, in their responsibility, is it true that they can be removed from office under the conditions of RSA 4?
I'm not familiar with that specific removal process. I would suspect that a moderator is only going to be able to be legally removed, like through a court process, if they are violating the law, violating election procedures. But I think there's a wide range of outcomes when you talk about the length of time it takes to operate an election, count the ballots, and end at the end of the night. And some towns are much more efficient at doing that than others. And so there can be a lot of ranges that are not illegal, but are still not maybe the optimal situation that a town might want.
Further questions? The chair recognizes Representative Colby.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for taking my question. I'm trying to think back, and I cannot think of any time in the past 20 years where there has been a knockdown, drag out, line out the door to declare candidacy to be a town moderator. So the question would be, do we have data on if these races are contested and how many races are contested? In other words, what's to stop the current town moderator from running for re-election unopposed?
Yeah, so I I tried to start my comments by recognizing that I think the state has excellent moderators, and most of them do run unopposed. Most of them basically get to serve as long as they would like to serve because the towns are exceedingly happy with them. They are strong members of the community who work really, really hard for their communities. And I expect that that will continue. And so I am not trying to come in and say that I think that there are problem moderators out there that I've identified or that I want to remove any particular person. I just think that having a 2-year term is an extra layer, a safeguard that gives the town the opportunity that should the worst happen, that they can have a new election, run a new candidate, and try to fix the situation. Not that I'm trying to solve a current problem, just looking to protect towns going forward.
The chair recognizes Representative Davis.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Deputy Attorney General, for taking my question. I want to hark back to my colleague's question on removal from office, which your office oversees, and our RSA 4. And people can be removed for office for malfeasance, inefficiency, and incapacity and unfitness to perform. So there is a remedy other than waiting for a new election. If members of a town feel that their moderator is really, really guilty of malfeasance or serious inefficiency, wouldn't they come to your office?
That's not a process that I've been a part of, so I'm not familiar with that.
Further questions? Seeing none, thank you. Next, the chair recognizes Mr. Deshays. Good morning and welcome back.
I have 2 handouts, Madam Chairwoman, if I may. Thank you, Madam Chairwoman, and thank you to the committee for taking my testimony this morning. For the record, I am Brody Deshays. I represent the New Hampshire Municipal Association, and we come in strong support for House Bill 1113. This was a member request from the town of Winchester. We worked with the prime sponsor. We received feedback from moderators around the state and town clerks, and we received no opposition from those local officials in regards to this bill, and viewed it as a good change to the statute, or I should say addition to the statute, welcomed by our local election officials elected in municipalities. What I'm handing out to you right now is the same exact mirroring statutes in the town clerk statutes and also the tax collector statute, specifically RSA Chapter 41. Tax collectors and town clerks can already have their terms changed from 1 year to 3 years. We received requests from some municipalities that believe that moderators should serve for 3 years. This bill is specifically a local option and allows a municipality with approval from the legislative body, the voters, to adopt 3-year terms for moderators. Again, it mirrors nearly word for word the optional 3-year terms for town clerks and town tax collectors. Currently, moderators can only be elected to 2-year terms or on even numbered years. So I want to really stress again, this is a local option with voter approval. Voters would know what kind of new election arrangement that they would be entering into for moderators. And what we've heard from feedback is actually this bill would keep good moderators on for longer and would create more stability in the local election process. And that was the goal. One of the key goals that the prime sponsor, I imagine, alluded to is this desire to make sure that moderators and town clerks are not elected in the same cycle. And so if a town were to adopt this on the right year, they could ensure to have that stability where you don't have a town clerk and a moderator, both unelected or 2 new ones elected in the same cycle. So the goal of this bill is to create some level of election stability for local election officials, to create stability in the process. And with that, I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Questions? The chair recognizes Representative Majori.
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman, and thank you for taking my question. It's more an observation. The handout that you just showed, I wonder if you're aware that both of these sections of statute were amended the exact same times in the exact same years. It seems to me, and I would wonder if you would agree, that they're trying to match the terms in office for these positions, and that this bill would then mirror what's happening here in a prudent way. Would you agree with that?
Thank you for the question, Representative Majori. Yes, and I think while I wasn't around for when they changed the statute, there is enabling statute to allow the town clerks to be the tax collector. So I think they did both statutes at once. So then if you were to change your tax collector and town clerk, especially those who are serving in the dual office, to a 3-year term, you could vote at once rather than having confusion of, well, is this individual only, because they establish a dual office. And I think the moderator aligning with this is not a radical thing at all. It's quite benign.
Additional questions? The chair recognizes Representative Gilman.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for taking my question. Do you see this as perhaps problematic in that every 2 years we also elect state representatives and congressmen, congresspeople? That the overlap won't be the same?
Thank you for the question, Representative Gilman. I wouldn't see how that necessarily is a concern. In many ways, a moderator would have in some cases, if they adopted the 3-year term and they were elected in an odd number year, they would be able to run local elections in the odd number year prior to having to run the state elections. So in many ways, they actually gain a year of experience prior to having to run some of the state elections. So that might actually be a benefit to some moderators who currently could get elected at town meeting, and then the first elections they have to run are actually federal and state elections. So I hope that answers your question.
Further questions? Seeing none, thank you.
Thank you.
So that represents the last pink card that I have. So I will ask, is there anybody present who wishes to speak to this bill who has not yet had the opportunity to do so? Seeing none, the chair will recognize Representative Gilman to report out the blue sheets.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And on the remote testimony, we had 0 in support and 1 opposed. And today's blue sheet is blank.
Thank you. And with that, the chair will close the public hearing on House Bill 1113. Representative Murphy, could you fill out a pink card for your bill? Thank you.
Whoever's next is. We're gonna find out. Yeah, with that. Currently starting with oh, anytime with class 6 road. Yeah. Yep. Correct. Yep. I like that. Yeah. That's yeah.
Thank you for your patience. I have to do some creative chairmanshipping here because we have a prime sponsor that has notified me that she's in exec, and I don't know how long their execs is going to take. And we were on time, then we're not on time. So I'm going to make this work. So thank you for your patience. So. At this time, the chair will open the public hearing on House Bill 1512, allowing municipalities to hold a vote to prevent their residents from receiving education freedom account vouchers. And at this time, the chair will recess the public hearing on House Bill 1512 to later today at 11:15 a.m.
Are we just moving to the next one?
At this time, the chair will open the public hearing on House Bill 1147, relative to the use of capital reserve funds. And the chair recognizes the prime sponsor, Representative Nadeau, to introduce his bill. Yes. I'm doing double duty here. I'm doing both the chair and the vice chair. So, Representative Karazinski, would you like to introduce House Bill 1147 to the committee for us?
Thank you, Madam Chair. House Bill 1147, I'm sorry. For the record, my name is Sly Karasinski, Cheshire, District 10. I'd like to introduce House Bill 1147. This bill reinstates prior requirements for the use of a capital reserve fund for multiple payments under certain financing agreements that are lease purchase agreements.
Thank you.
I'm not going to take questions.
Would you like to? No. So next, the chair recognizes Mr. Deshays.
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman, and thank you, the committee, for taking my testimony this morning. Again, for the record, Brody Deshays, I represent the New Hampshire Municipal Association, and we are opposed to 1147 as drafted. Currently, the law allows capital reserve funds to be used for lease purchase agreements. House Bill 1147 would update the existing law to do two things: prohibit capital reserve funds from being used to fund lease purchase agreements that contain an escape clause or non-appropriation clause. It would also require all lease purchase agreements to be ratified by the legislative body by a 2/3 vote of all voters present and voting at the annual or special meeting. Lease purchase agreements with non-appropriation clauses are not considered loans or bonds. They aren't technically debt that binds future town meetings to pay for the lease. This is codified in RSA 33:7-E, which cites that these lease agreements with non-appropriation clauses shall not be treated as debt under RSA 33:4-A. These lease purchases with non-appropriation clauses may be approved by a simple majority vote of the legislative body in a municipality. Treating lease agreements with non-appropriation clauses as debt limits the abilities of municipalities to finance important municipal infrastructure and equipment. Additionally, if lease agreements are treated as debt, they should be approved with a 3/5 supermajority, not a 2/3 majority. It should align with the existing 3/5 majority vote for bonds or other similar financing instruments that cause a municipality to take on debt. So the Municipal Association is opposed to the bill for those reasons, and additionally, I'll flag that a non-appropriation clause ensures that the lease isn't debt because it's non-binding on a future legislative body or future votes. Theoretically, anyone could introduce a petition warrant article, or a warrant article could be introduced to buy out the lease. And that's especially might be beneficial to a municipality when they find out that the cost of leasing the specific equipment, think a fire truck, if it actually becomes less expensive to bond the same equipment or to maybe purchase it outright. So these types of leases, it makes sense for them not to be treated as debt because they technically aren't debt. And with that, I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. The chair recognizes Representative Davis.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for taking my question. Lines 6 through 10 of the bill, I'm having a little bit of trouble understanding this. The lease purchase agreement does not contain a quote escape clause. I've never seen quotation marks in proposed legislation. Similarly, non-appropriation clause. And then the lease purchase agreement has been ratified by the legislative body by a vote by ballot of 2/3. I'm just trying to make sense of the language here. And I'm wondering if NHMA can help parse what the sponsor might mean, since the sponsor is not here to enlighten us.
Thank you for the question, Representative Davis. So I think on lines 7 and 8, escape clause and non-appropriation clause, those items that are quoted is meant to imply those clauses in a lease agreement where you pay a certain fee to be able to terminate the lease. So then it's not, and that's what makes it technically not debt, because it's not a binding agreement where you pay a certain interest over a period with debt and principal. You pay the lease payments, potentially after paying a down payment, and then there's this non-appropriation clause. So if you say we're no longer going to be paying for the lease, you pay some kind of penalty, and pretty common when you lease a car. So that's what I think is implied by that, and I think municipalities and their legal counsel would likely interpret it the same way. On lines 9 and 10, specifically the phrase legislative body by vote by ballot of 2/3 of all the voters present, this is essentially referring to voting by ballot. So if you're in an SB2 town, or a town that does the official ballot referenda of town meeting, the only thing it would change is a vote threshold for approving these lease agreements from a simple majority to a 2/3 majority. If you are in a traditional town meeting structure of town, you would need to do the official vote by ballot under RSA 40:4-A, which currently the process for the official vote by ballot is 5 members of the legislative body requesting a vote by ballot. And again, it would have this 2/3 threshold, which is an increase from a simple majority. Our position is that, we should have faith in the legislative body that it's empowered to them to determine when they want to do a vote by ballot, especially over issues like this that have to do with appropriations. That's typically what's done for any other warrant article, and that these lease agreements, or the payments for these lease agreements, the approval for these lease agreements by a simple majority, that should stay the way it is. So I hope that answers your question, Representative Davis.
The chair recognizes Representative Grund.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Mr. Deshays, for taking my question. There's also no grandfathering clause in there. Is there any concern that there are these lease purchase agreements that may not meet this particular requirement what would happen to them at that point?
Thank you for the question, Representative Grun. So if I understand, you're concerned that this law may retroactively impact existing lease agreements. I would have to further review the language again and how it fits in the statutory scheme, but now thinking about it, I would also share that concern, but I can do some more research and get back to you.
Further questions? Seeing none, thank you.
Thank you.
So that represents the only pink card that I have. So I will ask, is there anybody present who wishes to speak on this bill who has not yet had the opportunity to do so? Seeing none, the chair will recognize Representative Gilman to report out the blue sheets.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The remote testimony shows 1 in support and 1 opposed. And today's paper sheet is blank.
Thank you. And with that, the chair will close the public hearing on House Bill 1147. So. So interestingly, we are ahead of schedule. So we will be waiting until our next bill on our schedule is publicly noticed for 11:10. So we will be waiting. Yes.
You mentioned that we held the one bill, you recessed it.
So according to the clock on the wall, it is past 11:10. So at this time, the chair will open the public hearing on House Bill 1220, allowing the governing bodies of municipalities, cities, and towns to review and approve school budgets. The chair recognizes the prime sponsor, Representative Hemingway, to introduce his bill to us today. Good morning and welcome to municipal and county government.
Good morning, Madam Chair. Thank you, Madam Chair, Chairwoman Power, and members of the committee. For the record, I am Representative Wayne Hemingway. I am represent Sullivan County District 6, Claremont, Croydon. Today, I'm here to introduce HB 1220. HB 1220 is a local option reform that allows a municipality, if voters choose, to have the governing body approve the school district budget. The school board will still prepare the budget exactly as it does today. The only change is who gives final approval, and only in communities where the voters adopt this system. This bill does not mandate anything statewide. It simply gives towns and cities an additional tool if they believe it will improve accountability, coordination, or fiscal management. And just as importantly, voters can repeal the system at any time if they decide it isn't working for them. HB 1220 preserves local control, respects the role of the school board, and provides a voluntary mechanism for communities that want a different approach to the budget approval. I'm looking forward to your questions.
Thank you. Questions for the prime sponsor? Chair recognizes Representative Grund.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Representative, for taking my question. So school districts in many towns are separate legal entities from the town. So how can one legal entity approve the budget of a different legal entity when there's voters that have to actually vote on budgets?
Thank you for the question. So yes, that it has to go to a vote is my way, and there is wording in here for verbiage for it to go to vote. So it has to be either a charter amendment or approval from the school board to the city council or the town selectmen to say that they're going to take over the responsibility of approving the budget. So it has to go to the vote, was my original intention, yes.
Follow up?
Thank you. Just a follow-up. So I understand that you're saying that the voters would allow the town to then approve the budget of the school. That's what it says. But it's a separate legal entity. The school district is. So I think there's some laws that would have to say you're taking over the school district, is what I'm thinking. You can't just approve a separate legal entity's budget.
And I believe, thank you for the question, madam. I believe that's why this is here, because it's got to be approved by legislation to allow this to happen.
Further questions? Representative Colby is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for taking my question. For lack of a better way of asking, what good would a Walmart board be to approving the budget of an Amazon board?
Thank you for the question. I'm not a financial person, so I couldn't answer that. However, I understand what you're saying, that, in all reality, the town collects the money for the school, and then they distribute it for the school. So this just gives another avenue of oversight on making sure that things are going well, because it would also include probably, questions and answers from the city council that, along with the school board and the finance committee, may not be asked during those approval meetings.
The chair recognizes Representative Walker.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So the way I read this, what you're looking for is the budget comes to the school board. they approve it, then it has to go to the town council or the city council in this case to vote on approving their budget as well?
Yes, thank you for the question. So yes, the school board and the finance committee of the school board would have sole responsibility of putting the budget together. And if the voters of the town or the municipality agreed that they were going to have the city council or the town selectmen to approve the final budget numbers, then as long as the town approved that, then the city council or the town selectmen would have the final say on the actual budget numbers.
Thank you.
Further questions? The chair recognizes Representative Gilman.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for taking my question. In my experience as sitting on a select board, the budget process starts in August. And if a governing body is going to be making the decision on the school budget as well, wouldn't their workload basically double in the time it takes to come up with a proposed budget?
Thank you for the question, Representative. So in many schools, the budget is adopted and approved in March. So, and then with the towns, depending on their fiscal year, again, not being a financial person, but their fiscal year, ours is like in July, right? Starts 1 July. So our budgets would start going over those for the city or the city council or selectmen if their fiscal year end happens to be in July. If it is in the same time frame as the school, then yes, it would only increase it by the matter of having a meeting or two to go over the budget. So it really doesn't increase it a whole lot, in my opinion.
Further questions? The chair recognizes Vice Chairman McDonald.
Thank you, Madam Chair. What would happen with like a regional school district where you have 7 or 8 towns in the district? Would each selectman have a bite of the apple, or how would that work?
Yeah, thank you for the question, and that was brought up to me a little while ago, and there may be a possibility that may have to be an amendment to, that they would not be inclusive into that, because only the way that their approval system goes, and it's a conglomerate or a collaboration of municipalities that's paying into one system, so that may not be one that may be have to be one that has to be excluded.
Thank you.
Further questions? The chair recognizes Representative Majori.
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman, and thank you for taking my question. Is it possible that an unfair labor charge could be brought against the governing body if they're affecting the budget of another body that had already approved a contract?
Thank you for the question. I don't know the answer to that, but I would assume that you still have to cover or go along with the CBAs. You also have, normally you're still going by the CPIs and trying to figure out what the increases are, and those will be part of the budget process. But I would accept that. I don't think a city council would or a municipality would cut CBAs that's already been ratified.
Further questions? The chair recognizes Representative Dolan.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My question is basically why? Why do this? What's the purpose here? Is this to put some constraints on school budgets that some might think are out of control, and they're asking the governing body to do that for them?
Thank you for the question, Representative. That is a big part of it. That I think currently there is a lot of school districts, SAUs, that are currently having financial problems, and whether it's either on the school board or what. I mean, a lot of people want to say it's the funding issue, but I don't believe it is. I think it's a management issue, and this just gives another oversight from a different body to allow for accountability.
Thank you.
Chair recognizes Representative Gilman.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you again for taking my question. I want to follow up on Representative Majori's question about the union contracts. if the select board is going to be approving a school board's budget, wouldn't the select board be part of the union contract negotiations for the school unions?
Thank you for the question. I'm not sure if they are. I would assume that hopefully that there's at least one representative on there, but I don't recall if that's normal.
Can I have a follow-up?
Yes, you may.
It isn't normal, but if the select board is voting on the school's budget, the leases, the contracts are voted on in the school budget. The union contracts for the school are voted on in the school budget, but then the select board has no say in what's in that contract for the school budget. Is that your interpretation?
Thank you for the question. So currently, being on the city council as well, we are not involved in the CBAs for our employees as well. So it's done by the city manager, and then the city manager brings it to us for approval. So I would assume it would go in the same process.
The chair recognizes Representative Grund.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for taking my second question. So if you take the budget from the school district and it gets approved by the town council, selectmen, aren't you removing local control by taking away the voters' right to have a say in the school budget?
Thank you for the question. A little bit, yes, but they still have the hearings. So you'll still have the hearing for the approval by the school board, and then you'll have a hearing at the city council as well. So they have full opportunity to voice their vote in 2 meetings.
Do you have a follow-up? Okay. The chair recognizes Representative Colby.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for taking another question. You mentioned this bill would allow more input from town or city governing body members in the budgeting process. Could you point to a statute that exists that would currently prevent a town or city governing body member from attending the public meetings of the school board and raising their concerns there or asking questions while participating in their budget process?
So as far as my hometown of Claremont, the process went out in their agenda for the finance committee. Thank you for the question, by the way. That the public can attend, but there's to be no comment. So your only comment that you're being able to allow your voice vote or your voice opinion would be when they discuss the budget and the meeting as a full school board and/or during the deliberative.
Chair recognizes Representative Davis. Did you have? Okay. Representative Majori then.
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman. Thank you for taking this question, which may be difficult to answer, but we have a bill before us that we haven't exec yet, so I don't know what the disposition would be, but to create a fiscal advisory committee that would be elected, that would report back to the governing body about potential efficiencies within the community. Presumably you're not aware of that bill?
Thank you for the question. I have not seen that bill yet.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Further questions? Chair recognizes Representative Grund.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you again for another question. So are you saying that they would only vote on the budget and not on any other warrant articles, including bonds, capital reserve funds, teacher contracts?
Thank you for the question. That would all come forward to the city council or to the selectmen.
May I follow up?
Yes.
So then that goes to the question that was asked before about now the town council or city council or selectmen are approving the teacher contracts, not the school board that they are directly working with and legally bonded to.
I don't know if that was a question or a statement. Aren't they? It still has the approval by the school board or the SAU, whoever is doing that contract, and it's just coming through. Same thing with the voters. They got to vote on the warrant articles. If that warrant article is shot down at the voting, then that means you have to go back and do a different CBA, correct?
Further questions? The chair recognizes Representative Walker.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So you represent Claremont. Does your school board independent from their budget approval than from the city council?
Thank you for the question. See if I can understand what you're asking. Is our school board independent from the SAU?
Yes.
Okay. So we are now, as of, it was a two-school district. It's now becoming a one-school district. But therefore, each district had their own budget with the SAU at the top, or with funding pushed into the SAU. So therefore, each school provided their own budgeting.
Follow up?
Yes.
So in other words, the school SAU budget never got to the city council. So this seems to be written for towns, the way it's worded, not really for cities. So I'm wondering if you're better off doing a charter change to make the school budget come to the city council instead of changing every state, all the towns and commissions. Wouldn't that be a better way to go?
Why not allow, thank you for the question, sorry. Why not allow all municipalities to have that possible representation?
Do I answer his
But
question?
I was sorting something else out. No, you don't answer questions.
That's what I thought. Thank you.
Further questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
So at this time, the chair is going to recess the public hearing on House Bill 1220 until 11:35 today. At this time, the chair will open the public hearing on House Bill 1512, allowing municipalities to hold a vote to prevent their residents from receiving education freedom account vouchers. The chair recognizes the prime sponsor, Representative Reed, to introduce her bill to us today. And Representative Reed, I appreciate your patience and your flexibility and working with the committee today. So good morning and welcome to Municipal and County Government.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for your flexibility. And this is what I get for putting in 16 bills or whatever. Thank you. So for the record, my name is Ellen Reed. I represent Rockingham 10, which is Newmarket and Newfields. I'm just going to go real fast through this and then I'm going to jet. So as you are very well aware, property taxes are the purview of the municipality, not the state, especially when it comes to issues impacting school funding. That impacts property taxes more in most towns and almost all towns than almost any other issue. This committee has repeatedly affirmed the supremacy of the local municipality and even over individual rights when those rights impact the community. EFA vouchers are important in a sense that they can, in fact, help some kids access education that they wouldn't be otherwise able to access. But with the reported success of the EFA vouchers, local schools have taken a hit, which has increased property taxes. When you take out, say, $3,400 out of a local school, that cost of running that school doesn't go down by $3,400, as you are very well aware. As anyone who's ever shopped at BJ's or Sam's Club, things are cheaper in bulk. So when you take, let's say you have a class of 30, you take one student out, the cost of the classroom, the cost of the teacher, that doesn't go down by 1/30. So this leads to an increase in property tax and an undue burden on the other property taxpayers of a community because someone has pulled out their contribution to the public school, and you're aware of this already. There is a very strong argument to be made that this is a unconstitutional, unfunded mandate, and that argument has been made. There's an easy fix, though. You can fix that problem entirely by simply putting it to a vote of the town and allowing them to opt out if they want to opt out, because all things that affect property tax are the purview of the voters of that town. So the way this works is it allows a town, if they put it on their warrant, they can vote to opt out as a town, and the residents of that town would not receive EFA vouchers, which would then decrease the public school funding, which would then increase property taxes. It's pretty straightforward. It makes it constitutional. If it's a very popular system that is very successful, we can predict that most towns would keep their EFA vouchers and not opt out. I will point out that this is an opt out, not an opt in. So there might still be an argument that having it opt in by default would be unconstitutional, but at least the towns would be able to opt out. But if it's very popular, there's no worry about multitudes of towns opting out. And if a town doesn't want it, good. The people of the town have spoken. They're doing what they want. And if they do, great. But regardless of your policy position on EFAs in general, and I can understand the argument in favor, I would just ask this committee to remember that you all frequently support local control and the rights of local property owners to control their own taxes. And I would always, always, always take questions, but I can't. And thank you so much, Madam Chair, for giving me these few minutes and being accommodating.
Thank you, Representative Reed. Just let's hold for 1 second. Representative Davis. So I'm going to recess this because there's a lot of cons. I'm going to recess it to 1, finish up that, and continue on with our schedule. Okay. Because I don't want to push. Correct. Okay. So at this time, the chair will recess the public hearing on House Bill 1512 to today at 1 p.m. No. So at this time, the chair is going to resume the public hearing on House Bill 1220, allowing the governing bodies of municipalities, cities, and towns to review and approve school budgets. And the chair recognizes Mr. Deshays. Good morning and welcome back.
Good morning, Madam Chairwoman, and to the committee. Thank you for welcoming me back. Again, for the record, Brody Deshays. I represent the New Hampshire Municipal Association, and we are opposed to House Bill 1220 as introduced. The bill allows school district voters to grant the local city council or similar governing body the authority to, quote, review and control voting authority to approve the school budget, end quote. Presumably, the enabling law or this bill, which would establish an enabling law, would allow local governing bodies, like a select board in the municipality, the ability to review and approve the school district budget. Our opposition to this bill is strictly because the legislative body of the town and its governing body would have no way to approve or deny the school district's actions. Essentially, school districts could force municipalities' governing bodies to review and control voting authority to approve the school district's budget. Additionally, this process would be very complicated in cooperative school districts that have multiple municipal governing bodies and budget committees. It's also silent on whether or not the budget committees in municipalities would need to be reviewing the school district budget. So we would not be opposed to the bill being amended to allow the municipality and its voters to, accept the actions of the school district. But I think there have been other issues raised in previous questions that kind of show some of the logistical issues with this and why this local option would be unlikely to be utilized outside of cities or larger chartered municipalities who can already do this through their municipal charter.
Questions? The chair recognizes Representative Majori.
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman. Thank you for taking a question. And Mr. Shays, I know you're aware that we have a bill in here about the Fiscal Advisory Committee. And again, state, make sure it's out there. We haven't disposed of that bill yet. I don't know which way it's going to go. But should that bill pass and this bill were to pass, do you see where we would have all kinds of conflicts where you'd have any number of different bodies making judgments about budgets? And that would require some manipulation of law to figure out how we synthesize this down to something that's workable?
Thank you for the question, Representative Majori. I think it's very important for the committee to consider all the bills that are in front of it and how they interplay with each other and the possible impacts of updating one statute and how that could impact another statute or how municipalities review and approve budgets. So I think your point that you're making about House Bill 1220, how this would interplay with those municipal, I can't remember what they're called, but they're like a local doge, their review of budgets and recommendations, and then a budget committee, and then who gets authority over the school district budget. These things will all be very complicated if they all were to become law as introduced. And with 81 bills, I would imagine it would be quite difficult to review every single bill and figure out its exact impact on budget administration and approval processes in municipalities.
The chair recognizes Representative Colby.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for taking my question. Do you foresee this creating a problem whereby if there is a municipality that is accused of mismanagement of funds, that we could see legislation that authorizes a school board to approve the municipal town budget?
Thank you for the question, Representative Colby. If I understand your question correctly, is there a concern that anytime that a political subdivision of the state, they have some kind of budget crisis, why that budget crisis is brought on could be up to interpretation or debate, but they have a budget crisis, it could be caused by, internal structures and problems that they had that should have been solved, or external issues that could impact that legislators may come to the state and ask for a separate political subdivision to oversee the budget. I could see that being potentially an issue. I think at the end of the day, what matters is ensuring that these folks who review these budgets get the adequate training and the experience to ensure that they're overseeing these budgets on behalf of the voters who elected them in that specific political subdivision. And for the vast majority of, specifically municipalities and other similar political subdivisions, it's the legislative body, the voters, who ultimately determine the final appropriation and who those elected officials are accountable to.
Further questions? I have a quick question. Just looking at the bill as it's drafted, I find it curious that this is under, and maybe it's just a title issue with the title of the statutes, but it's under SAU, Alternative Budget Procedure, Method of Adoption. To me, that doesn't sound like the right place to be placing something like this. It's totally misplaced.
Thank you for the question, Representative Power. So in my brief review of this specific statute, it seems, and I wasn't going to get into it because I try not to comment on school funding or school governance, but it seems as if it's placed in the statute for approving an SAU budget, not a school district budget. But I think the intent is school district budget. So I appreciate you flagging that.
Further questions? Seeing none, thank you.
Thank you.
So that represents my last pink card on this bill. So I will ask, is there anyone present who wishes to speak to this bill who has not yet had the opportunity to do so? Seeing none, the chair will recognize Representative Gilman to report out the blue sheets.
Thank you, Madam Chair. On the remote testimony, we had 0 in support and 7 opposed. And the blue sheet is blank.
Thank you, Representative Gilman. And with that, the chair will close the public hearing on House Bill 1220.
Madam Chair, I have a point of order
Yes.
question. On HB 1147, which we heard a couple of bills ago, the blue sheet was blank at the time, and someone did come in and write in to be in support of the bill.
Thank you for updating us. I appreciate that. At this time, the chair will open the public hearing on House Bill 1027, subjecting appropriations of local conservation commissions to the approval of local governing bodies. And the chair recognizes Representative Stavis, the ranking member of this committee. Good morning, and thank you for introducing your legislation to us today.
Good morning. Boy, this is intimidating. Thank you, Madam Chairwoman and honorable members of the committee. Thank you for the opportunity to present this bill to you today. HB 1027 amends the status that governs conservation commissions, adding a level of governing body oversight to the important process of acquiring land and placing it under conservation easement. I want to emphasize that this bill retains, as RSA 36 states, that the conservation of land is a public good and a critically important process. Conservation commissions work exceedingly hard to identify and acquire lands that give our state its unique appeal. Working in tandem with state agencies, nonprofits, and local groups, they're integral to making sure New Hampshire retains its unmatched beauty and unique character. HB 1027 seeks to preserve that work while giving residents, through their governing bodies, an additional level of approvals that deal with the acquisition of real property within the municipality. That prior approval is not currently required by law, which in some cases can result in significant amounts of land acquired for conservation easement without a community discussion about what that entails and how it will impact the municipality. HB 1027 provides that mechanism while not interfering with any other powers that conservation commissions need to conduct their activities. The bill will ensure transparency in the process so that expending taxpayer funds to acquire land for conservation and thus take them off the tax rolls and prevent them from being used for other purposes is understood and endorsed by residents. This kind of transparency bolsters the work of conservation commissions and strengthens decisions around the acquisitions they ultimately do make. At the same time, it allows a municipality's governing body to ensure that such lands are not required for different uses, ones that might better serve the municipality's needs or align with the master plan. There is no transparency unless the public conversation can take place prior to the acquisition of land. HB 1027 will ensure that it does, while strengthening the preservation work that conservation commissions do every day. I'm very grateful to have the support of the New Hampshire planners on this bill, and if you see fit to move it forward, it will give citizens yet another way to participate in discussions about how their tax dollars are used, how the land that surrounds them is used, and how those decisions help their communities achieve their long-term goals. I urge the committee to recommend ought to pass on HB 1027. With that, I will take any of your questions.
Questions for the prime sponsor? Okay, Representative Colby is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for taking my question. How would you suggest someone would proceed, or this process would proceed, if a property owner is stating, we want to put this land in conservation, We want to do it only with a land trust, not with the town. But the vehicle to get the money to the land trust is through the local conservation commission. I don't know if my question is making sense.
Yeah, no, it makes
Part-
sense.
Okay.
So but the local.
So yeah, what place and how would you kind of deal with that issue from the governing body perspective where the current property owner has said, listen, it's this or nothing, as far as if you want to acquire this land? Thank you.
Off the top of my head, I really don't know the answer to that question, except there is a mechanism in the bill that provides for public hearing. And actually, this is the amendment to the bill, which you all should have. So I would think that that would come out in a public hearing, which would be the appropriate place to have these discussions. In the first place, the funds for the conservation come from the municipality. So theoretically speaking, they are community funds.
Further questions? I have a quick question. So, as you may recall, there's a new law by which conservation commissions are elected. And we've heard a number of bills pertaining to the issue of the duties and authorities of certain bodies, committees, and such. So this bill, as introduced, that the premise or the purpose of the bill would apply to both appointed conservation commissions as well as elected conservation commissions. So the question is, do you still maintain that you would like your bill to apply to both an elected conservation commission who has certain authorities? Or should it just, yes, to both?
Absolutely.
Okay.
I serve on the city council in Lebanon, and when we make decisions, we have public meetings so that voters can let us know, give us their feedback, and that strengthens our decisions in the end. So I would imagine that would be the same for both elected or appointed conservation commissions.
Further questions? Representative Walker is recognized for a question.
So the process that the state law before your amendment or your bill is a conservation commission would do their due diligence. They would look at properties to put in conservation easements. They would negotiate a price, and they would expend the money to buy those tracts of land or whatever to put in conservation easements. And the governing body would have no control over how much they spend, no real choice in the matter. So all of a sudden that adds to your budget in the end and raises your tax rate that the governing body never had any foresight that would be there. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Further questions? Seeing none, thank you.
Thank you.
Next, the chair recognizes Nathan, Mr. Nathan, is it Roach? I can't say it, Rochert?
Madam Chair, Nathan Reichert.
Reichert.
I
Good,
am,
so good morning, Mr. Reichert, and welcome to municipal and county government.
It's good to be back in my own way. So, Madam Chair, members of the committee, I'm Nathan Reichert. I'm Director of Planning and Development for the City of Lebanon. And really, the synthesis of this bill is to try to bring more optimal outcomes to the expenditure of Conservation Commission funds that are brought to us from the taxpayer, and to get more oversight on those dollars, and then also to create more optimal outcomes. Currently, under the current statute, the way it's established, conservation commissions can effectively act independently once dollars are in their control. They don't have the ability, they're not required to take input from the legislative body, the city council, depending upon your form of local government. As a consequence, what happens is that the taxpayer doesn't always have a seat at the table when it comes to a land transaction. Optimal outcomes mean that multiple interests are being taken into account, not just one interest, in this case, the conservation purposes. Certainly conservation land is something we
absolutely need to do. We need to conserve the appropriate pieces of property throughout the state so that we can enjoy the outdoors and so we can protect the natural resources of our state. But at the same point in time, when you have other interests at stake, city council interests, airport interests, other municipal requirements for land, for development, for potential housing, none of those interests are brought into the mix. Putting this into the hands of the legislative body allows for that larger group of mix of interests to come to the table, have a seat of the negotiation, and be involved in the outcomes so that we can obtain optimal outcomes for land transactions that are effectively taking what could be very large swaths of land off of the tax rolls permanently, which has an impact on the taxable ability of today, but potentially, if it is then taken away from potential development, what could be large impacts to taxpayers in the future. So a decision today could make a massive impact on budgeting tomorrow. So the thought is that if you have the legislative body having a piece of this puzzle, being involved in the transaction and being able to effectively negotiate a more optimal outcome, it should provide better representation to the taxpayer. I think you add another piece to this puzzle, which is you typically think of land use policy as being sort of a three-pronged stool. You've got, in this particular case, the master plan, which is controlled by the planning board. You've got legislative body, which controls the zoning and as well as controls the tax rate and appropriates money. And then you throw into the mix the Conservation Commission. And the three of them all have a balance of power between those three entities that creates land use policy at the local level. Right now, under this particular stool, it's only one of those three that are really at the table negotiating these very large, impactful transactions on communities. We need to have all three at the table and involved in the conversation so that we can get more optimal outcomes.
Are you willing to take
Yes,
questions?
certainly.
Okay. So Chair recognizes Representative Colby.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for taking my question. If the land is on the tax rolls and the Conservation Committee is interested in purchasing, would you suggest, or would this bill suggest that the governing body would then be able to say no to the purchase because, let's say, the city council would rather purchase it for another use?
It could be even myriad of things. The master plan could be calling for that land to be developed into the future, in the future land use map. And the Conservation Commission could be directly ignoring that input from the planning board. It could be that the taxpayers are asking to have developable land to build houses on so that we can help solve our housing crisis. And that voice is not a part of the conversation. It is simply the conservation interests that are being served. And I think that becomes the sort of the thinking and the synthesis of this is really making sure that the appropriate voices are at the table to cut an optimal outcome for the taxpayer, whether it be in the form of conservation, potential development, or being in congruence with the master plan and the future land use map.
Perfect, thank you.
Further questions? I had a quick question, and I may have missed it, so this is a clarifying question. So this bill amends current RSA requiring the approval of the local governing body. What is the approval vote threshold?
I don't know that there's a threshold other than, I think if you read the bill, it says that it's appropriated money that goes into the fund. Most of those are standing appropriations, so they don't get considered on a line item basis by the legislative body. Money simply funds. When loss fund, taxes are paid, it goes into that fund automatically, and then it never really gets, it's already been appropriated in advance of its actual receipt. I think that being the case, it drops into this fund that the Conservation Commission controls, and the legislative body doesn't have any direct control over an annual appropriation as we would think of. It's a standing appropriation. So that being the case, the Conservation Commission uses that as their form of resources to do either acquire land easements, acquire land, any number of things that they can do. Those dollars aren't overseen on an annual basis by the legislative body.
I understand that. My question, it's not clear to me, for example, on lines 13 and 20, it says, subject to the approval of the local governing body.
Correct. So in other words,
They have to take a vote to
they would
approve
need-
something.
Exactly. They would need to take it to appropriate, but to expend and receive real estate, I think, are other pieces. So typically how one of these transactions gets put together is you would have the Conservation Commission working with a local land trust. The Conservation Commission covers the legal bill to acquire the land. So it's taxpayers' dollars covering that legal bill. At that point in time, the dollars then flow into either it's a donation or a direct purchase, one of the two. And then the ownership of the land will either stay with the land trust, and then conservation easement rights get transferred to the city or another body. So the way these things work, by the time the city council or the governing body has an ability to say yes or no, the transaction is complete. And they don't have a choice, and they haven't been a part of the negotiation.
And I had another quick question is, you say that you stated in your pink card that you represent the city of Lebanon. I was curious, and I may have missed it. Is there any specific incident in Lebanon that
I think we've had a couple of
inspired
examples.
this bill?
I think there's a couple of examples. There's one specific one that I would look to is we had a parcel, it was about 50 acres. 15 of those acres would have been perfect for a nice little subdivision tucked off of a developable piece of land. 30 some odd of those acres were absolutely a prime resource that needed to be conserved. It was a wetland, needs to be put into conservation and kept that way forever. And the other element was the airport needed to acquire the land rights over top of part of the land in order to, under FAA instruction, you shall have the land ability to the air rights for the property abutting so that you can maintain the trees so that you're not having, nobody wants an airplane flying into a tree next to the airport. What happened in that particular case is neither was the 15 acres considered to be broken off for land development for housing, nor was the airport given a seat at the table. Now the airport is looking at the possibility, I haven't been updated on it in recent months, but the last discussion I had with the director of the airport is they're now looking at having to use eminent domain to acquire those rights. If you guys want to talk about wasting government money, that's a great way to waste it. An optimal outcome would have been we're using taxpayers' money to acquire this conservation land. We're going to have some of it be for development. We're going to have some of it be for conservation rights. And we're going to ensure that the airport has its air rights that are necessary for it to continue to operate. So that's really the best case example. If you can't see that as a perfect example of why you need to have all of the interests at play at the table while the conversation is taking place. That's the perfect example.
Thank you. Further questions? Representative Walker is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. When doing my research into this, I was kind of confused because City of Rochester doesn't have a problem with this. But that's because it's written in our charter. We have control over the conservation fund, which is any monies going from the use funds going into that conservation fund, the current use tax goes into this fund, or a portion of it. The city council in Rochester says how much of that goes into that fund, and he also approves anything coming out of the fund. So the city council effectively does what you're trying to affect for the rest of the thing, which I didn't even understand. So wouldn't that be a better place to start with city or city charter if you have a place like that?
I think it's a combination of both. I think that you also have, you need to set up a system in which prior city councils are not obligating and tying the hands of future city councils. Legislative bodies evolve over time. Elections have consequences. New leaders emerge. But in the way that this is set up is that it's permanent. It's a permanent appropriation of money into that fund, and the current council does not have any input into how it's being, whether it should be or not. And it would take significant amendments to be able to undo that, the likes of which sometimes the political will to undo may be very difficult to achieve. So I think it's one of those situations where again, making sure everybody has a seat at the table is really the underlying goal here, and not having a city council that wants to not have a seat at the table obligate city councils well into the future, or for that matter, town meetings well into the future.
Thank you.
Further questions? Seeing none, thank you.
Thank you.
So that represents my last pink card. So I will ask, is there anybody present who wishes to speak to this bill who has not yet had the opportunity to do so? Seeing none, the chair will recognize Representative Gilman to report out the blue sheets.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The remote support was, the remote testimony was 1 in support and 8 opposed. Is it right? And the paper blue sheet is blank.
Thank you, Representative Gilman. And with that, the chair will close the public hearing on House Bill 1027. At this time, the chair will open the public hearing on House Bill 1151, relative to Conservation Commission appropriations. And the chair recognizes the prime sponsor, our own Representative Majori. Our, the deputy the ranking member was asking me a question. So yes, Representative Majori is also our deputy ranking member. Thank you for being here to introduce your bill to us.
Well, you're welcome, and thank you, Madam Chairwoman and colleagues. It's a pleasure to be here. For the record, Representative Jim Majori from the beautiful town of Northampton, Rockingham District 23, and here to introduce House Bill 1151, which is relative to Conservation Commission appropriations. And I think it might have been during the research on Representative Stavis's bill or a bill about conservation commissions that I noticed that there was a small need for a fix, and I hope this is just a small fix. And in RSA 36A:5, Roman 1, it says a town or city having established conservation commission may appropriate money as deemed necessary. In Roman 2, it then says a town treasurer, pursuant to the statute for town treasurers, may appropriate those funds, but is silent to the city treasurer, which is noticed or recognized in Roman 1. So what House Bill 1151 would do is simply say in Roman 2, the town treasurer pursuant to RSA 4129, current statute, or city treasurer pursuant to RSA 4816 would have custody of the money. It simply adds the city treasurer and recognition of the statute. And with that, Madam Chairwoman, I would welcome any questions whatsoever, including, why are the Jets so bad?
Thank you, Representative Majori. Are there questions for the prime sponsor? See, you look sad. Seeing none, thank you. So that represents my one and only pink card. So I will ask, is there anybody present who wishes to speak to this bill who has not yet had the opportunity to do so? Seeing none, the chair will recognize Representative Gilman to report out the blue sheets.
Thank you, Madam Chair. In the remote testimony, we have 1 in support and 2 opposed.
Who are they?
And the paper blue sheet is blank.
Thank you, Representative Gilman. And with that, the chair will close the public hearing on House Bill 1151. At this time, the chair will open the public hearing on House Bill 1434 local, enabling municipalities to vote to allow the sale of Keno. The chair recognizes the prime sponsor, Representative Turcott, to introduce his bill to us today. Good afternoon. Good afternoon, and welcome to Municipal and County Government.
Great to be back before the best committee in the House. Representative Len Turcott, representing the towns of Barrington and Stratford, Stratford District 4. Today before you is House Bill 1434, and simply stated, what the legislation would do is it would return the ability of the municipality who wants Keno in their town to opt in rather than do a forced opt out. Now, I think a little bit of the history on this for some of you who weren't around the previous term and this term, I just want to go through it really quick. So prior to last year's passage of an amended bill, which they tacked on this Keno bill, if a municipality wanted to have Keno permitted in the town, they put a ballot question on their, a question on their ballot. If they did not want Keno, there was no action required. Now, this past year, and you all were here, when HB 2 came over to the House for a vote, it was after our committee had finished it, there was a section added to it that mandated every municipality would allow Keno with no opt-out option. That was a mandate that every town would have to have it. In that case, it was a case of special interest, I believe, that decided they knew better than your own municipality, and that you shall permit it whether you want it or not. I drafted a floor amendment to remove that section, and a bipartisan vote in favor of removing that section succeeded. At that point, we were back to the existing RSA, that being opt-in. Then, not satisfied with an opt-in, the same individuals decided to attach what we now have to a bill on the casino that everybody here knows, and if you were here the previous term, we worked very hard to get passed. So what they did is now they added in the language that said every town will have to pull a vote to opt out of it, all right? Opt out is always a sneaky way and deceitful way of trying to get a special provision, in this case, Keno, without the people actually a lot of them knowing. I'm going to give you a quick kind of a quick example for those of you who are familiar with community power. That came through Barrington, my town, and I put a large white paper against it saying, you're forcing people into this. Most of my citizens aren't going to know what the heck's going on, and you're forcing them to then opt out of the program. Right now, the electric rates for community power are 30% higher than Eversource. And most people don't even know. So what this legislation does is it reverts us back to the original language in the RSAs before last year, and that is if a town wants to have Keno, or if there's some group of people in the town that wants to have Keno, they can put it on the ballot, but it's opt-in, not out. And that's pretty much what the bill does. I'd be happy to take any questions.
Thank you, Representative Turcott. Are there questions for the prime sponsor? Seeing none, I have a quick question.
Sure.
So my question is, when I was doing research on this bill, it was my understanding that the other members in the other chamber, their rationale to change it from opt-in to the opt-out is because the majority of municipalities wanted it, and so by changing it to opt-in, it saved, I guess, time and administration. And at the end of the day, opting in versus opting out, you know, you still have the choice either way. So with that in mind, maybe I'm not, I read the committee report, and this was some time ago, and I'm just recalling from my memory, but that was just the gist of it. It was an administrative issue where it was streamlined and more simpler to have municipalities opt out.
totally inaccurate. If that was the argument they put forth, it's a bunch of crap, actually.
Okay,
If you force every town to have to go through the process of putting a warrant article on their ballot, that's much more labor intensive, time intensive than having a person or a town decide, oh yeah, we want to have this on it, so let's put a ballot initiative on there to get an opt-in language. I mentioned the very first part about, you like this testimony, don't you? The very first time it was tried where, when the HB2 was still in our house, I should say, an individual in the house added the language to force everybody to have it. No opt-out provision. Now, anybody who wants to speak to me afterwards as to why that occurred, I'd be happy to talk to them. I won't do it here. But I would be more than happy to discuss that in private individually with you.
Thank you, Representative. The chair recognizes Representative Stavis.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and welcome back to our committee, Representative Turcotte.
Thank you.
Would you say that the opt-out situation that we now have could constitute an unfunded mandate, since municipalities are now forced to gear up the machinery to put it before the voters, when before we didn't really have to?
I'd have to think about to the level, yes, I guess you could say that, to the level that it's an unfunded mandate in terms of money. Yeah, I guess there would be some, because you have to hold meeting, it has to be added to the ballot, it has to have meetings to talk about it and all that. So yeah, there's some. The bigger issue to me is not the money, but it's the way they're doing it. It's a very, very deceitful process. I saw a post by one of our executive counselors on Facebook a few days back, and it was a picture, and he said they were discussing the Keno opt-out provision. And I made a comment on it, and he came back and said, I've never seen a group of people that were having such a hard understanding what was going on with this provision as the opt-out provision. So, yeah, there might be some financial piece to it, but more of it, it's the policy, of forcing an opt-out rather than opt-in.
Further questions? Seeing none, thank you.
Thank you.
Next, the chair recognizes Mr. Deshays. Good afternoon and welcome back.
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman, and thank you to the committee for taking my testimony this afternoon. For the record, Brody Deshays, I represent the New Hampshire Municipal Association, and we support House Bill 1434. House Bill 1434 is simply repealing the changes in law that were made last year to make Keno by default unless a municipality's voters vote to opt out, and instead making this an opt-in program, which was originally negotiated by the Municipal Association in the previous gubernatorial administration as a local option to help, if a municipality wanted to spur some level of, economic benefit and also increase revenues for school districts. To Representative Turcotte's points, opt-out is extremely confusing. And we keep seeing the state continuously have more opt-out in law rather than opt-in. And the reason why opt-out is so confusing, we heard this from many of the municipalities of cities that had votes on Keno and also on casino gambling this past fall. And we're currently hearing it as deliberative sessions are beginning in SB2 towns or chartered communities, which is you're asking the voters to vote yes for no. So when you're telling them, yeah, vote yes for no Keno, they obviously look at you and scratch their head. Opt-in is so much clearer. It's yes for Keno. Yes, we want Keno. Or no, we do not want Keno. And it's very clear on the warrant article too. We've received feedback from municipalities, and I also saw the same Facebook post that Representative Turcotte alluded to. And the fact that this language that's prescribed to be on the warrant articles is so confusing. It's requiring employees from the Lottery Commission to have to attend deliberative sessions to explain it to local officials and to the legislative body. This concept of vote yes for no. I could posit several reasons why Keno by default was maybe desirable to the state. I think the best one that I can say objectively, watching all the finance committee meetings for both the House and the Senate, is that by making Keno the default and forcing municipalities to opt out, it increases the projected revenues for the Lottery Commission by about $1 million from what was reported. So I think that might have been the biggest incentive. However, we're still seeing all the municipalities that previously didn't want Keno voting to opt out, but just through a more confusing process and forcing them to have a vote, when previously it was, if we want to do it, we'll put a warrant article on and let the voters decide if they want to do Keno. And if we don't want to do Keno, no one will petition a warrant article. No governing body will place a warrant article on the warrant. So with that, I will answer any questions, but we think this should be returned back to what was previously negotiated fairly.
Are there questions for Mr. Deshays? I have a quick question. So this change in law has only been in existence for about maybe less than a year.
Mm-hmm.
So has NHMA received specific inquiries and feedback that municipalities do not like this law? It's super confusing. And could you give me some numbers as to what that feedback has been?
Thank you for the question, Madam Chairwoman. I don't have specific numbers. I do know our legal counsel's gotten a lot of questions about this. I also know, in talking to some of our members, that we've provided legal guidance, and they're confused why the state changed the law, why the state made it more onerous and confusing for trying to opt out. And additionally, municipalities only have so much capacity to track every single alert or guidance that we send out. So there's some municipalities that are glad that we, at least the Municipal Association, were able to negotiate a 2-year grace period, because they kind of missed the boat this year while they're in the middle of their budget process and drafting warrant articles for a whole host of other priorities in the municipality. This fell through the cracks. So there are many municipalities that didn't have an opportunity to place this on this warrant that are making it a priority next year. But ideally, they would like to not even have to do it. It would be easier if they don't want to do Keno to remain as, we'll opt in when we feel ready to do Keno, or we just won't opt in if we don't want to do Keno.
So little quick follow-up question. So municipalities pay dues to NHMA, and when they have questions, legal questions, or they lack understanding as to the RSAs, part of the service that they pay for is to contact NHMA to get legal guidance and clarification. So if municipalities are confused, I don't understand that. I mean, NHMA is there to sort them out. So I'm not sure why we need this change.
Thank you for the question, Representative Power. It is true, municipalities pay us for a suite of services, one of which is legal, and so we will clarify the current law, which is confusing, and help walk them through it. They also pay us for advocacy services, and so that's why I'm here advocating for a change back to the law, because we have many members who are upset with the change of the law. So we've asked Representative Turcotte to introduce this bill so our members can be, have an opportunity for there to be legislative redress, which they have a right to in the Constitution.
Thank you. The chair recognizes Representative Majori.
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman, and thank you for taking my question, which I regret that I don't know the answer to and should. Is Keno now, under the current law, allowed by right or through a cup?
Sorry, could you repeat the question, Representative Majori?
Is Keno now allowed by right in the community, or do you need a conditional use permit?
Oh, thank you for the question, Representative Majori. You're asking in the scope of land use law. My understanding is that, and I could be incorrect, I'd have to double check the land use statutes and look at some municipalities if they have conditional use permit. I mean, it gets complicated. There's probably some municipalities that require a conditional use permit for a charitable gaming center, but Keno is not technically gambling. It is a gambling product similar to like a scratch ticket. So I don't think municipalities can require a conditional use permit for selling those types of products like a scratch ticket. They can obviously regulate commercial uses and require a conditional use permit for, like a gas station that might do, that might sell, have an on-site business that sells scratch tickets, or potentially, conditional use permit for a restaurant that then could purchase Keno. So my understanding is that the municipality currently, well, under the previous law, would vote to opt in, and then businesses in the municipality would get approved by the Lottery Commission to purchase, or someone at the Lottery Commission to purchase these gambling products. Now it's by default, so unless the municipality has voted to opt out, any business that gets approved by the Lottery Commission to sell these gambling products, these games of chance products, that they would be allowed to do it by right.
Follow up?
Thank you, and thank you for that clarity. And again, putting this out into the ether to my friends who are also on planning boards. So by that, if I understand you correctly, if a restaurant wanted to add Keno, that wouldn't be considered a change of use that would trigger a site plan application. It could be done simply through a permit process through the Lottery Commission. Am I understanding that to be the assumption we're going on?
Thank you for the question, Representative Majori. I'm not sure if it's a permit process through the Lottery Commission, but whatever process it is to be able to acquire those types of games of chances and to purchase those products from the Lottery Commission, yeah, there would be no trigger of a change of use or required to review in the local land use ordinances.
Further questions? The chair recognizes Representative Colby.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for taking my question. I'm still forming it. How many legislative changes did the NHMA track last session? And would this help in cases where there were so many bills and so many changes that this Keno bill might have gone under the radar as a change and not get flagged to have to opt out?
Thank you for the question, Representative Colby. So we provided testimony and extensive advocacy and encourage our members to provide advocacy against this specific policy. We were supportive of the floor amendment that Representative Turcott had in the House to remove it from the House's version of the budget, and we did extensive advocacy in the Senate and in front of the House Ways and Means Committee that reviewed the change in law. And what ended up happening is at the very end, language was included after committee at conference. So we thought that there wasn't going to be a change of law until the very last moment, and there was obviously, we recognize during committees of conference, there are horse trading that happens. And on this policy, us and our members kind of lost out.
Further questions? Seeing none, thank you.
Thank you.
So that represents my last pink card. So I will ask, is there anybody present who wishes to speak to this bill who has not yet had the opportunity to do so? Seeing none, the chair will recognize Representative Gilman to report out the blue sheets.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The remote testimony shows 2 in support and 0 opposed. And the paper blue sheet shows 1 in support.
Thank you, Representative Gilman. And with that, the chair will close the public hearing on House Bill 1434, local. So at this time, it is approximately 12:25. The committee will break for lunch and meet back here at approximately 1 p.m. to continue public hearings and then go into executive session. Thank you. So good afternoon. At this time, the chair will resume the public hearing on House Bill 1512, allowing municipalities to hold a vote to prevent their residents from receiving education freedom account vouchers. So at this time, the chair recognizes Representative Mahegan. I guess he's not here.
Are you going to call him? Oh, okay.
At this time, the chair recognizes Mr. Southerton. Good afternoon, Mr. Southerton, and welcome to Municipal and County Government.
Hey, good afternoon. Thank you for hearing me. My name is Matt Southerton. I'm the Director of Policy and Compliance at the Children's Scholarship Fund. CSF is a nonprofit charity authorized under RSA 77G. We are authorized to administer the ETC tax credit program and the EFA program. The reason I'm here today is because we had several concerns over the language in this bill. As written, we believe that there could be severe equal protection issues that arise from this bill. The bill would treat similarly situated students differently based solely on municipality and residence. So for example, two students meeting identical statutory eligibility requirements could be treated differently depending on a town vote. Improper delegation of legislative authority. We believe that HB 1512 delegates to municipalities the authority to accept or nullify statewide eligibility criteria for the EFA program. We also believe that use of local referenda to extinguish individual statutory eligibility for children is very, very problematic. Basically, HB 1512 would allow local majorities to revoke a benefit created by the state at the state level, at the individual level. And then there are several technical issues that arise from this bill if it were to pass. There's no guidance in the bill, and we would need guidance from the legislature. What would happen if a student were currently enrolled in the EFA and mid-year their town decided to opt into this, and a children was receiving special education services, they paid for the services, suddenly they were technically out of the EFA program. How would we claw back those funds? The legislature would have to give us guidance. How do we claw back those funds for the students with disabilities, free and reduced lunch, differentiated aid? And so there's an assortment of problems and concerns about legal liability with this bill. And I'm happy to take any questions about the EFA program.
Thank you, Mr. Southerton. Questions? The chair recognizes Representative Dolan.
Thank you, Madam Chair. When a student goes into the EFA program and transfers out to a different school, how much money stays behind in the school district?
Assuming they leave their public school district,
Yes.
I would assume all their local money. So they only receive state adequacy aid, and then any additional monies that they would qualify for differentiated aid. So for example, if they're 185% of poverty level, they would qualify for free and reduced lunch eligibility, and they obviously they would have to document that each year. They have to requalify each year.
Thank you.
Further questions? The chair recognizes Representative Colby.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for taking my question. The prime sponsor explained that this bill at its heart is about transparency and some local control. Do you think that property taxpayers should have a say over whether or not their tax dollars are diverted to a nonprofit that then uses millions of their funds for administrative costs, all of which happens without the benefit of a local public RFP process?
Well, I think that is an excellent question. I think that this is a state level program. And I think that the legislature took extremely great care when they passed, pardon me. I think that they took great care when they passed this program. They decided that they didn't want an administrative agency of the state to administer this, yet they wanted it to conduct oversight. So, for example, we are currently being monitored by the state EFA administrator, her team. They are conducting compliance monitoring of the EFA program. They also didn't want a for-profit organization to come in and just be able to, take state education funds and buy Lambos with that money, right? So in the law, they wrote that we could take up to 10% of EFA funds for administrative services. And as a nonprofit charity organization, you can find all of our audits, and as a nonprofit charity, you can find our 990s online. So that accountability and transparency is available for everyone to see online. So you can see what we're spending it on, how much folks are getting paid, what those administrative costs are. And, this is my opinion. I believe that transparency is there. And then every single cent spent in this program is reconciled with the Department of Education each year.
Thank you.
Further questions? I have a quick question. Could you cite any other federal or even state or even federal programs that are eligible for citizens based on certain qualifications having been met that can be blocked or prohibited by the legislative body? And just to kind of put this in context, in towns, the legislative body are the voters of the town, which are in a sense your neighbors.
Right, so the local legislative body, right? So that was one of the reasons why, I brought up the Equal Protection Clause. We were unable to find any example of that occurring. And in fact, we thought that it would be discriminatory, but again, that you're the legislature, that's your purview. I would honestly, I don't know if I can make recommendations, but I would say, I would question whether the AG has been asked for an opinion.
The chair recognizes Representative Majori.
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman, and thank you for taking my question. Just digging into mechanics without trying to say whether I think it's a good or bad idea. Referendums and warrant articles are not the same thing. Would you agree with that?
I honestly wouldn't be able to. I wouldn't know enough about either one.
Okay, all right. Thank you.
Further questions? Representative Grund is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for taking my question. So school districts are held accountable for budgets and testing results. And should voters hold all education programs using public tax dollars accountable? And is this legislation trying to address that issue?
So I don't know what this legislation is trying to do. I can tell you that in the law you all wrote, each year students have to submit a record of educational attainment. I know that in the public school districts, students don't have to test every year. And in the law that you wrote, they're offered 3 different methods, right? Statewide assessments, they can take a norm reference test, or they can submit a student portfolio. So there are various methods to do that. And I think that from some of your questions, and then in a previous hearing, I think what may help the public and may help legislators is if we were to put that information online, not their testing data, but the different methods that they use, so that there would just be more information out there for folks.
Yes, follow up.
So the students are assessed in various ways of, are they meeting eligibility testing requirements, we'll call it that, results. but the New Hampshire public doesn't have insight into whether they're meeting it. So you can assess, but we don't know whether they're actually meeting grade levels and whether the money's being used appropriately. So is this legislation trying to address the fact that should there be oversight?
I don't know that's included in there. I don't know the representatives' intentions for it, other than we had concerns over, the issues that the current language, right? If you do want that sort of language in a bill, I would say submit a bill that has that language in it. We are required to make available aggregated test scores for the department, and that would be something that the department would take and then they could share with you.
Further questions? Representative Gilman is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for taking my question. I was still formulating it in my head, so let me see if I can keep it
My
on
pleasure.
topic.
I love answering EFA questions, so.
Okay. I think part of this bill, as I interpreted it, is going towards the fairness of legislation here requiring, say, we have one bill, 4 years of mathematics in order to qualify for graduation. And so my question is, does it affect students on education freedom accounts who are using our public money?
So I would say that's dependent on what school they attend. If we step back philosophically, I have always thought, right? I have always thought the best judge of whether a student is making progress would be the teachers that teach the child and then the parent, right? And I would think that a parent, if they are, paying a school or paying a tutor, if they don't think that that child is making progress, they will find another tutor or find another school. That's just the way I personally look at it.
Thank you.
The chair recognizes Representative Stavis.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for being here and taking this
My
question.
pleasure.
I'm glad you mentioned the Constitution, and I'm wondering if you have any concerns about taxpayer money, public money being expended on private religious schools.
The law prohibits us from making any sort of value judgment like that. So we don't, if someone wants to buy, this religious text and that's the way that they study reading, their child learns to read, or the history, or this religious text, we don't look at that, right? We base our judgments on whether this is appropriate in terms of maybe age-based. So for example, if someone's buying a math book, we would prohibit them from buying, a 12th grade math book for a 5-year-old unless they could document the need for that. The child was extremely accelerated and could do the 12th grade math. But we don't get into value judgments based anything on that.
Further questions? I have a question. So to follow up with a previous question asked by a member, and there was a concern with, I guess, accountability and testing results with regards to public funds going to fund in part the education of a student who chooses to leave a public school and to take that EFA money and go elsewhere. My question is there any remedy, or I don't want to say penalty, but any response to children who are in public schools utilizing public funding, both derived from the local level as well as from the state? Is there any, what happens when they don't achieve? Their standardized test scores are suboptimal and they're not achieving.
I can't comment on that because the variables are so wide. I would add that if a child in the EFA program fails to submit an ROA, we are prohibited by law from funding their account further. And on August 1st, we have to send a list we have to report them to the Department of Education on August 1st. Anyone that has not submitted their ROA. So that's in the law.
Further questions? Representative Guthrie is recognized for a question.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I don't know if it has, I seem to think it has something to do with this bill, but can you tell me under what circumstances any community, if this passed, ever any community would vote to opt some of their students out of the program outside of the fact that there would just be a protest of the concept of giving public funds to private entities? Can you, I don't know if you understand.
Right,
the
yeah. Are there
question.
intentions on why they would do that?
Pardon me?
Are you asking about their intentions on why someone would do that? I mean, I don't know what their
No,
intentions
that's
would be.
what, maybe clarify it if I may, Madam Chair. If this passes and a town votes to opt out of the program, which says that two students in the whole community are kicked out of this program, under what circumstances could anybody justify doing that other than having it as a protest against the concept of using public funds for private, to giving public funds to private entities?
Yes, so I wouldn't know. I just know that children in the EFA, students use EFAs for a multitude of different expenses and services, and all of that information is available on our website. It's the category and vendor report, so you can see that they use them for, special education services. They use them for, health and PE. They use them for student curriculum. So it's a lot more than just private school. And some are religious private schools, and then some are independent private schools. So there's a multitude of different expenses, and you can read those reports.
Follow up, Madam Chair.
Yes.
I'll ask the same question actually, because maybe I wasn't clear. Is this bill, if it passes, is it only a vehicle to protest? For that, any community that would pass this to protest the concept of using public funds for private purposes?
Well, I think that gets into motives, and I don't want to,
Sorry,
I-
there's too much talking in the background. Was the answer yes or no?
I don't know that I can answer that question, unfortunately.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you very much.
The chair recognizes Vice Chairman McDonald.
Good afternoon, sir. Are you familiar with Zelman v. Simmons and Harris? That U.S. court case, Supreme Court case? That's the one where the Supreme Court said that vouchers were okay. They were legal to accept. A general question. Do you think that this is denying educational opportunities to a student due to his particular geography or where he lives?
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, a student could essentially be eligible for the EFA, and then on Monday, and then not eligible on Tuesday, and then they could move into another community and be eligible for the EFA again.
Anyone want to follow up?
Yes, follow up.
What would your opinion be if I put a bill in that said to my town that we were going to stop all students from receiving scholarships from the University of New Hampshire? Do you see any similarities between this bill and that bill?
I mean, yeah, I'm just my personal opinion. I'm not sure that that's a great idea, but.
Okay, thank you.
Further questions? The chair recognizes Representative Colby.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for taking my question. Whenever a student leaves public school, his or her school loses the per pupil funding that comes from the state.
The state adequacy, correct.
Why would that tax shift be treated any differently than when a legislative body of the town votes to approve a tax credit or a tax exemption, as an example for veterans? The legislative body is saying, yes, we accept the responsibility of this tax burden or this tax shift, and we approve a veterans exemption. What makes the EFA program different?
Well, it's well, again, it's state policy that all of these children are eligible. And I would just say that when a child moves from from one school district to another, a child moves out of state, right? We don't pass a law that says, you know, you're prohibited from moving out of your school district till the end of the year because it's going to affect our budget, or we're prohibiting you from moving out of the state because it's going to affect our budget. Again, personally, again, I don't believe that it would be appropriate to give a local body that power over state eligibility requirements of a student.
Further questions? Seeing none, thank you. Next, the chair recognizes Mr. Smith. Good afternoon, Mr. Smith, and welcome to Municipal and County Government Committee.
Hi, thank you, Madam Chair. My name is Charles Smith Jr., and I'm from Orford, New Hampshire, and I oppose with an amendment to this bill to exclude interstate compact schools. And I'm not sure if the committee is aware that there's only two, and Rivendell Interstate School District is the only school interstate compact district that has a pre-K through 12th in the entire nation. So it's a very, very unique school. In our budget, there is great confusion on how the ADM, and the gentleman before me never even mentioned anything about with the ADM for average daily members. And it's, for our school district, it's 3 Vermont towns for 1 New Hampshire town. So the town of Orford doesn't make the correlation somehow, and I've tried to explain it on several occasions on budgets, and we're in that time frame right now of how the ADM lowers the taxation of that town. So Vermont has school choice, where New Hampshire doesn't have school choice nor an open enrollment. So as a New Hampshire student, we have no accessibility to any options at all, where Vermont has all the options. By passing this bill as it is, it creates even more confusion, unless the town truly understands the concept of what this bill is proposing and putting upon the municipal or townspeople. But even the bill itself, that it's insinuating or enacting that it's saying it's to prevent residents from receiving the education freedom account voucher, where it should be to have a choice of an educational freedom account. And the sponsor was correct when she stated that dropping one student would not decrease. This was earlier this morning when the sponsor briefed the bill quickly, that if that school was all New Hampshire students, but in this case, an compact school, it's not that way. It's not that way at all. The calculations are very differently, and especially for New Hampshire students. So take away this EFA, or not having the townspeople understand what this account really does. It gives you opportunity for fairness without discretion, as it does for the Vermont schools, would be a disservice to the New Hampshire students. So in this bill, this is not the case for an interstate compact school, and I'd close with that what I'd do with this, besides many of the sightings that the gentleman before me did, was to eliminate or add into this that this would be exempt interstate compact schools. Thank you.
Are you willing to take questions? It's optional.
Sure.
Okay. Other questions for Mr. Smith? Seeing none, thank you. So next, the chair calls Representative Mahegan. Okay. And next, the chair calls Mr. Friedman. Not here. Okay. So that represents my last pink card. So at this time, I will ask, is there anybody present who wishes to speak to this bill who has not yet had the opportunity to do so? Seeing none, the chair will recognize Representative Gilman to report out the blue sheets.
Thank you, Madam Chair. In the remote testimony, we had 125 in support and 15 opposed. And on the paper sheet, we have 4 opposed.
Thank you. And with that, the chair will close the public hearing on House Bill 1512. This time, the committee's just going to take a few minutes to get organized before we transition into executive session. Okay, at this time, the committee will move into executive sessions. At this time, the chair will open the executive session on House Bill 1531 FN, requiring applications for games of chance facilities, licensees, and game operator employer licenses to enter into host community agreements with municipalities. The chair recognizes Vice Chairman McDonald for a motion.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My motion is ITL.
Is there a second?
Second?
The chair recognizes Representative Colby for a second. Representative McDonald, would you like to speak to your motion?
Yes, just shortly. The current licensees are licensed through the New Hampshire Lottery Commission. They have certain regulations and laws that they have to follow. They also pay property taxes and substantial parts of their earning to the local communities. I think it's given the local communities too much power. There is a penalty if they don't meet the agreement of the host community, and I feel that should be done by the state and not on the local level.
Further comments? Seeing none, the clerk will call, oh, sorry, just hold on. Okay, so the motion before us on House Bill 1531 is inexpedient to legislate. If you are in favor of the motion, you will vote yes. If you are opposed to the motion, you will vote no. The clerk will now call the roll.
Vice Chairman McDonald?
Yes.
Representative Guthrie?
Yes.
Representative Dolan?
Yes.
Representative Brown?
Yes.
The clerk votes yes. Representative Franz?
Yes.
Representative Karasinski?
Yes.
Representative Murphy?
Yes.
Representative Walker?
Yes.
Representative Stavis?
Yes.
Representative Gilman?
Yes.
Representative Majori?
Yes.
Representative Frocht?
Yes.
Representative Colby?
Yes.
Representative Gerard?
Yes.
Representative Grund?
Yes.
Representative Schamberg?
Yes.
Madam Chair?
Yes. The motion passes with a vote of 18-0. That cannot go on the consent calendar because the fiscal note is greater than $10,000. So Representative McDonald, will you, what? Oh, I'm sorry, that is correct. It's ITL. So I stand corrected. I'm sorry. The committee recommendation on House Bill 1531 FN is inexpedient to legislate, and because it was ITL, it can go on the consent calendar. Thank you for that correction. So without objection, does anybody object to that? No. Seeing none, we'll go on the House consent calendar, and Representative McDonald, will you write the report?
Yes, Madam Chair.
Thank you. And with that, the chair will close the executive session on House Bill 1531 FN. This time, I forgot to introduce and welcome our subs for this afternoon. So I would like to welcome Representative Schomburg as well as Representative Brown. Welcome to municipal and county government. Okay. I'm shuffling a lot of papers here in front of me, so. At this time, the chair will open the executive session on House Bill 1417 FN, enabling municipalities, cities, and towns to adopt a land value tax system and make an appropriation therefor. The chair recognizes Representative Majori for a motion.
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman. I would like to move, or I will move, ITL on House Bill 1417 FN.
Is there a second? The chair acknowledges Representative Frocht for the second. Representative Majori, would you like to speak to your motion?
Madam Chair, would it be okay to defer and ask Representative Stavis to make some comments? I know she has some great points.
Yes, that would be fine. The chair recognizes Representative Davis.
It's a good thing you were here.
Well, now that set me up to fail, didn't it? So I am supporting the ITL motion on this bill, not because I think this is a terrible idea, but in fact because I think it has an idea that has many, many merits, but is extremely complex and needs a lot of work and needs to be fleshed out. For example, in my city of Lebanon, part of which is very old and run down, there are many properties on the land on which they sit is much more valuable than the buildings that occupy that land. And the current owners have no incentive whatsoever to do anything to those buildings, to improve them, put them back into operation, demolish them, and sell them to a developer. However, if the municipality had the ability to do a differential tax rate between the land and the building, that might provide some motivation and might really speed up economic revitalization of downtowns that are literally dying across the state. So while I think this bill is not ready for prime time, as they say, I think it is an idea with merit, and I'd very much like to see us pursue it in some way, shape, or form in the future.
Further comments? Seeing none, the motion before us on House Bill 1417 FN is inexpedient to legislate. If you are in favor of that motion, you will vote yes. If you are opposed to the motion, you will vote no. The clerk will call the roll.
Vice Chairman McDonald,
Yes.
Representative Guthrie,
Yes.
Representative Dolan,
Yes.
Representative Brown.
Yes.
The clerk votes yes. Representative Franz,
Yes.
Representative Karasinski,
Yes.
Representative Murphy,
Yes.
Representative Walker,
Yes.
Representative Stavis,
Yes.
Representative Gilman,
Yes.
Representative Majori,
Yes.
Representative Frocht,
Yes.
Representative Colby,
Yes.
Representative Schamberg,
Yes.
Representative Gerard,
Yes.
Representative Grund,
Yes.
Madam Chair.
Yes. The motion passes with a vote of 18-0. The committee recommendation on House Bill 1417 FN is inexpedient to legislate. That will go on the House consent calendar because it's inexpedient to legislate, despite that it has a fiscal note without objection. Okay. And with that, the chair will, well, who's writing the report?
Oh, I'll do it.
Okay, thank you.
What?
And with that, the chair will close the executive session on House Bill 1417 FN. So before I open the executive session on our next early bill, I am going to pass around some papers. So the first one that's circulating is a response from the director of OLS with regards to the question that came up regarding the title. In the bill, there was a question about this pertaining to cities, and the answers was no, it doesn't, because local tax caps of this nature, as well as school district budget caps and town budget caps are not for cities, to put it that way. What? Oh, okay. Can we? Sorry that I didn't split that pile in half. So, that just clarifies that bit. So the answer is that those words in the bill are simply the title under statute. And the second handout is the amendment. So unfortunately, when I didn't catch it till after we had adjourned, and I was juggling a couple of amendments, and this is the amendment that I did send it to you electronically, but I passed out the wrong amendment to this bill. It wasn't the latest one. That's what I was told that I did. So this is the updated one, and I'm going to pass that around.
So we're supposed to ignore the other pieces that we received and just follow this one.
Yeah, I'll explain it when I offer that. I apologize for that administrative mistake in handing out the wrong version. But that is the version that I spoke to during the bill hearing, to be clear. Everybody got the two pieces? So at this time, the chair will open the executive session on House Bill 1505 FN, requiring municipalities, towns, and cities to submit documentation to the Department of Revenue Administration proving that they are in compliance with local budget and tax caps. So at this time, I would like to offer Amendment 2026-0233H for acceptance by the committee. So I will, again, I spoke to this amendment during the hearing. And just to review, this amendment does is it contains feedback, it contains adjustments to current RSA based on feedback that I received from the DOE, the DRA, and citizens who were interested in the tax caps and both the two different types of budget caps, because those are new laws. So I got that feedback, unfortunately, after I had filed this bill. So that's why we have the amendment. And so just to refresh memories, the amendment clarifies and standardizes the calculation and applications of the various caps to ensure consistency across the various cap statutes. And it also, importantly, it establishes staggered effective dates at the end. That's the piece that I had spoke to after I had met with the DRA, Mr. Knoyer, as well as the tax counsel at DRA through our meeting and conversation. It was suggested that the effective date be bifurcated, split, so that if the bill were to become law, that somewhat immediately that the DRA could work on contacting the vendor to update their electronic system, the tax rate setting portal, to update that software, as well as to work on the MS forms and the information that the bill is seeking to be received from the political subdivisions that have locally adopted a tax cap or a budget cap. So that's that piece. And then the second piece, as you see in the amendment, page 3, on line 6, the reporting by the political subdivisions, as well as the enforcement by the DRA, that will not take effect until the following tax year, April 1st, 2027. So that makes sense. So that's the gist of the amendment. So comments? Representative Colby.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just really quick, I think it's just that it got missed. Page 2, line 13. The text reads, budget year, comma, plus with. Unless you would prefer a motion on the amendment before discussion. Page 2.
Are you saying that it should be italicized?
In all other subsequent
Yeah.
lines with that same language, plus is crossed
right,
out.
right. So yes, thank you for pointing that out. I did see that earlier. And so that was an OLS drafting error, and it should be in brackets and crossed out. They missed that. So what would happen is I would believe that it would be taken care of in the enrollment process if the bill got that far. Yes. Further comments? Representative Brown is recognized.
Thanks. Sorry, Madam Chairman, since I wasn't here for the original discussion. On page 2 of the amendment, from line 27 down there, there's areas where there's blank lines. Is that supposed to be inserted at the time, or am I misunderstanding something here?
So the question that you're
Please.
asking, just for clarification, is, what is the question? So you noted something about a blank line?
Well, not a blank line, but it says that is higher than a certain dollars per resident expenditure with a percentage annual increase. Is that where they're supposed to?
Oh. I literally
they-
thought that you were referring like on line 26. Why is there a
No,
big,
no, no.
It's like the line where you would fill something in.
Right.
Yes, there's variance of the school district budget cap and the town budget cap, and that is for the political subdivision who wishes to adopt this. When they place it on their warrant, they would fill that in with, they would complete that section with a number indicating the percentage.
I just want to make sure I was
Yes.
correct on that. Thank you very much.
Yes, that is correct. Further comments? Seeing none, the motion before us is to accept the amendment 2026-02. Okay. All right, so
I'll make a motion to accept the amendment to HB 1505 FN, amendment number 20260233H.
okay, so Representative Colby makes a motion to accept, and Representative Davis seconds that. I apologize for my disorder. Okay, so the motion before us is to accept the amendment 2026-0233H to House Bill 1505 FN. If you're in favor of that motion, you will vote yes. If you are opposed to that motion, you will vote no. The clerk will call the roll.
Vice Chairman McDonald,
Yes.
Representative Guthrie,
Yes.
Representative Dolan,
Yes.
Representative Brown.
Yes.
The clerk votes yes. Representative Franz,
Yes.
Representative Karasinski,
Yes.
Representative Murphy,
Yes.
Representative Walker,
Yes.
Representative Stavis,
Yes.
Representative Gilman,
Yes.
Representative Majori,
No.
Representative Frocht,
Yes.
Representative Colby,
Yes.
Representative Schamberg,
Yes.
Representative Gerard,
Yes.
Representative Grund,
Yes.
Madam Chair.
Yes. So the amendment is accepted with a vote of 17-1. Do I have a further motion on this bill? The chair recognizes Representative Franz.
Yes, I'd like to make a motion of ought to pass with amendment on HB 1505 FN.
Is there a second? Representative Dolan is recognized as a second. So Representative Franz, would you like to speak to your motion?
No, I think you covered it pretty well. It's kind of complicated, not really my area. Thank you.
Further comments? Representative Majori is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman. I'm going to vote against the OTP motion. There have been, I can't count how many different amendments to 32.5. And they've gone into effect in August of 25, September of 25. This cake isn't even out of the oven yet. I mean, we have danced around a different recipe so many different times with this. And I understand what's trying to be done here, but nobody has even seen the effects of the implementation, and we're changing it. So I object to, I'm not a big tax cap person anyway, but that has nothing to do with this bill. What it has to do with is give it a minute and let's see what happens. So I object to the OTP and will be voting against. Thank you.
Further comments? The chair recognizes Representative Grund.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I will also be voting against the OTPA motion. The cost to the DRA for 2 school districts and 6 towns to update their software on this does not make any sense to me. The DRA said they were not aware of any errors in current reporting and not sure if this was even necessary. We heard an earlier bill that said when you take up warrant articles, until you reach the tax or budget cap, until you reach that amount, then you need a supermajority. But the DRA also said they can decide to override the order in which the articles were presented. So somewhere in here, things are, again, they haven't played out. We don't know what this looks like. One of the persons who spoke in favor of this article also said they might have been frustrated, but there was no proof that anyone's done anything wrong. So 2 school districts, 6 towns, this is a lot of money to spend, and I just don't see a need for this bill. Thank you.
Further comments? Representative Davis is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I too will not support the ought to pass as amended motion on this bill. Just from a philosophical point of view, I feel that it gives voice to a deep mistrust of our municipalities and the people who oversee those municipalities, which I don't think is warranted. And it relies on kind of a state overseer to make sure that they're not doing the wrong thing, which I frankly think is insulting to our elected officials and the people who take time out of their lives to run our municipalities. I also feel that this is quite a whopper of an unfunded mandate. We have a minimum number in the financial note of $75,000, and I'm sure that that's the rock bottom. But for cities and towns to implement this, should it be passed, is going to cost tens of thousands, if not millions of dollars, and that's going to just drive up property taxes even more. So I simply cannot support ought to pass as amended. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Further comments? So I would like to make some comments. So first and foremost, this bill strengthens accountability and transparency in the administration of locally adopted tax caps and budget caps. We have rules, we have laws in the state for a reason, because when voters vote to have a cap, it's important that that law be followed and be administered correctly and appropriately. And I see no reason why the DRA should not be involved in this process. It makes complete sense because with regards to the voters approving taxation, well, the voters vote on spending to raise and appropriate taxpayer dollars, and that gets translated into a tax bill, and the DRA is part of that process. So it makes complete sense to me that for those political subdivisions who have chosen to adopt a cap, that those statutes be followed correctly and applied correctly and administered correctly. And if somebody's not doing anything wrong, then there's no problem there. So furthermore, the entities, they currently submit information to the DRA so that the DRA can review that data that is sent to them in order to properly set a tax rate. So this bill simply, clarifies language based on feedback from those state departments as well as people, citizens who are interested in potentially putting caps on their warrants. And I feel that this bill is completely in order, and it provides clear and uniform compliance standards and ensures fair and consistent enforcement of caps. And with regards to the fiscal note, I would note that the fiscal note estimate from the DRA, is in fact the $75,000, and that's to update their system. That is not something that is going to be incurred by the entities in which a cap has been adopted. So there are plenty of other bills that come before us and come before the House, which have fiscal notes. So I support this bill, and I will be voting for it. Further comments? Seeing none, the motion before us is ought to pass with amendment 2026-0233H. If you are in favor of that motion, you will vote yes. If you are opposed to the motion, you will vote no. The clerk will call the roll.
Vice Chairman McDonald,
Yes.
Representative Guthrie,
Yes.
Representative Dolan,
Yes.
Representative Brown.
Yes.
The clerk votes yes. Representative Franz,
Yes.
Representative Karazinski,
Yes.
Representative Murphy,
Yes.
Representative Walker,
Yes.
Representative Stavis,
No.
Representative Gilman,
No.
Representative Majori,
No.
Representative Frocht,
No.
Representative Colby,
No.
Representative Gerard,
No.
Representative Grund,
No.
Representative Schamberg.
No.
Madam Chair,
Yes. The motion passes with a vote of 10-8. The committee recommendation on House Bill 1505FN is ought to pass with amendment. And that will go on the regular calendar. And I will be writing the majority report. Will there be a minority report? Yes. And Representative Colby, you'll be writing the minority report? No. Oh, sorry. Representative Grund, thank you. And
I need a ghostwriter.
And with that, the chair will close the executive session on House Bill 1505FN. So at this time, I am passing out an amendment to this bill. At this time, the chair will open the executive session on House Bill 1427 FN, limiting the authority of a municipality, county, or school district to issue bonds. Yes. Yes. So the ranking member has asked that we take a brief break. And how much time would you like? So we will come back at is approximately 2:20. Is that sufficient? We would also like to caucus as well. What? Okay, so at this time, we are going to resume our executive session. But before I open the executive session on our final bill that was publicly noticed to exec today, the chair would like to recognize the ranking member, Representative Stavis, for a comment.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Our caucus has met and we have gone over now both of these amendments, and we do not feel prepared to act on them at all today, and we wish not to, because they are rewrites of the original bill. So in a way, they're almost not germane. I realize they are germane, but it's pushing the boundary of that. And in addition, the second amendment that we just less than 2 minutes ago received has at least another paragraph of new text added to the amendment that we received 20 minutes ago. So we have not, none of us in this room has had an opportunity to go over the amendment, to fully digest what it's proposing and how it relates, if it relates to the underlying bill. But I feel at this point, and I believe that my colleagues agree, that we are no longer working on this bill, but we have a whole set of amendments in front of us that none of us has, and not anyone's fault, but none of us has had time to digest them. And I think that we need some days after having received these to take it all in, figure it out, and then formulate questions. I myself could not begin to formulate any questions having just received these. So I thank you, Madam Chair, for letting me speak.
Thank you, Representative Stavis, for those comments. Perhaps I should have conferred with the ranking member before distributing the amendments, because I recognize that as an option, and that would have been my preference, but I didn't. I wanted to proceed with the executive session as scheduled here. So I have one question that I'd like to ask you offline. The chair is going to ask the researcher a question, and I will report back. Okay, everybody, I appreciate your patience while I navigate some novel situations here. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to, I agree with Representative Davis, and I will accommodate that due to the situation through no fault of my own with the confusion. And I forgot to send these out last night. And I was going to send the amendments, and so therefore, that's what we're going to do. And I'll just tell you what we're going to do after that. Then we're going to break again, and we're going to, the ranking member and I are going to decide what bills we can exec for the rest of, for some time thereafter. So at this time, the chair opens the executive session on House Bill 1427 FN, limiting the authority of a municipality, county, or school district to issue bonds. And at this time, the chair recesses the executive session on House Bill 1427 FN to next Tuesday at 9 a.m. And that date is Tuesday, February 10th at 9 a.m. And that will be publicly noticed. So at this time, the committee is going to break for approximately 15 minutes, and we will resume our business at 3:05. Thank you. Okay, so at this time, we're going to move into executive sessions under House Rule 44. So at this time, the chair will open the executive session on House Bill 1759 relative to the disqualification of a member of a local land use board. So yes, the chair recognizes Representative Frocht.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd like to introduce an amendment to this bill. The amendment is 2026-0240H.
Is there a second? Representative Walker seconds that, and Representative Frocht, would you like to speak to the adoption of the amendment by the committee?
I will definitely speak to that. During the hearing, it was brought out that there was no due process, and this amendment fixes that.
Are there comments? Okay, seeing none, then the motion before us is to, oh, yes, Representative Brown?
Thank you. Sorry about that. Since I wasn't at the original here, my question is this done in public or is this in like closed session when you make these votes on discussions on disqualification?
Yes, you may.
Thank you.
Representative Brown, the answer is yes. It's done all in public session.
Thank you.
Further comments? It was Representative Walker. Was the second. Yep. So the motion before us is to accept Amendment 2026-0240H to House Bill 1759. If you are in favor of that motion, you will vote yes. If you are opposed to the motion, you will vote no. The clerk will call the roll.
Vice Chairman McDonald,
Yes.
Representative Guthrie,
Yes.
Representative Dolan,
Yes.
Representative Brown.
Yes.
The clerk votes yes. Representative Franz,
Yes.
Representative Karasinski,
Yes.
Representative Murphy,
Yes.
Representative Walker,
Yes.
Representative Stavis,
Yes. Yes.
Representative Gilman,
Yes.
Representative Majori,
Yes.
Representative Frocht,
Yes.
Representative Colby,
Yes.
Representative Germana, Representative Schamberg,
Yes.
excuse me. Representative Gerard,
Yes.
Representative Grund,
Yes.
Madam Chair,
Yes. Amendment 2026-0240H is accepted with a vote of 18-0. Do I have a further motion? Chair recognizes Representative Stavis for a motion.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would like to move HB 1759 ought to pass as amended.
Is there a second? Representative Frocht seconds that. Representative Stavis, would you like to speak to your motion?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just very briefly, I think that this is a needed and well-crafted bill, and the sponsor has worked with others to make it even better, and I think that it further serves the cause of eliminating potential conflicts of interest.
Further comments? Seeing none, the motion before us is ought to pass with amendment on House Bill 1759. If you are in favor of that motion, you will vote yes. If you are opposed to the motion, you will vote no. The clerk will call the roll.
Vice Chairman McDonald,
Yes.
Representative Guthrie,
Yes. Yes.
Representative Dolan,
Yes.
Representative Brown.
Yes.
The clerk votes yes. Representative Franz,
Yes.
Representative Karasinski,
Yes.
Representative Murphy,
Yes.
Representative Walker,
Yes.
Representative Stavis,
Yes.
Representative Gilman,
Yes.
Representative Majori,
Yes.
Representative Frocht,
Yes.
Representative Colby,
Yes.
Representative Gerard,
Yes.
Representative Grund,
Yes.
Representative Schamberg.
Yes.
Madam Chair,
Yes. The motion passes with a vote of 18-0. The committee recommendation on House Bill 1759 is ought to pass with amendment. And without objection, that will be placed on the House consent calendar. And report. Representative Frocht will write the report. Thank you. And with that, the chair will close the executive session on House Bill 1759. This time, the chair will open the executive session on House Bill 1134 relative to the town meeting form of local governance.
Madam Chair, there doesn't appear to be enough copies of the amendment.
Do you guys have extra on this side? Wait, did they get hung up somewhere? No, did they get hung up somewhere? Because HCS made copies and there were supposed to be 30 copies. Does everybody have copies at this point? No. How many copies are needed? I know, but HCS made the copies and they make 30 copies, so there should be enough. But. Okay, so we're getting some copies. Okay. So I opened the executive session on this and the chair recognizes Representative McDonald for a motion.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Motion to approve Amendment 2026-020-4H to House Bill 1134.
Is there a second?
Second.
Representative Walker seconds that. Representative McDonald, would you like to speak to your motion?
And I believe it's clearly stated. Everyone should understand it.
So I will explain this. This is just simply a reference to the bill that was signed into law last year. And it's just a pointer when you're in this section of RSA that is a reminder to those operating in this section of law that debate on a warrant article shall include the new provision that was signed into law with regards to petition warrant articles, that the primary petitioner shall be given at least 10 minutes to speak to the warrant article. So it doesn't change anything. It just, like I said, it's a reference within this language of the bill that points to current law. I just thought that would be a prudent thing to include. Is there a discussion? Representative Walker. Representative Walker, you seconded the motion to accept, yes. Okay, so seeing no comments, the motion before us is to accept Amendment 2026-0204H to House Bill 1134. If you're in favor of accepting that amendment, you'll vote yes. If you're opposed, you'll vote no. The clerk will call the roll.
Vice Chairman McDonald,
Yes, please.
Representative Guthrie,
Yes.
Representative Dolan,
Yes.
Representative Brown.
Yes.
The clerk votes yes. Representative Franz,
Yes.
Representative Karasinski,
Yes.
Representative Murphy,
Yes.
Representative Walker,
Yes.
Representative Stavis,
Yes.
Representative Gilman,
Yes.
Representative Majori,
Yes.
Representative Frocht,
Yes.
Representative Colby,
Yes.
Representative Schamberg,
Yes.
Representative Gerard,
Yes.
Representative Grund,
Yes.
Madam Chair.
Yes. Amendment 2026-0204H to House Bill 1134 is accepted with a vote of 18-0. Do I have a following motion? Representative McDonald, would you like to make a motion?
Yes, thank you. I recommend, I make a motion OTPA 2026-0204H.
Do I have a second? Representative Walker seconds that. Discussion or comments? Oh, sorry, excuse me. Would you like to speak to your motion?
I believe I'm all set, thank you.
Representative Colby is recognized for a comment.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This bill concerns me that it doesn't give traditional town meeting the authority to go back and revise or reconsider warrant articles. It limits an SB2 town's ability to add contingency language. So I will be not voting in favor of the OTPA motion.
Further comments? So just as a quick review, the bill addresses important procedural questions for town meeting governance applicable to political subdivisions that have adopted local tax or budget caps. So it's clarifying, and I think that it's important to provide that clarifying language to the to local tax caps, as well as our newly enacted laws for school district budget caps and town budget caps. So I think that it's important to ensure clarity on how those are applied and how warrant articles accumulate. And I think that it's common sense in order to ensure that for those political subdivisions that have adopted these caps, that they are clearly administered properly and consistently across the state. So for that reason, I will be voting in favor of the motion of ought to pass. Further comments? Representative Grund?
So I too will be voting against this motion, and just simply, it's like we're restricting a process that's currently available to voters, so I'm against that. Thank you.
Further comments? Seeing none, the motion before us is ought to pass with amendment 2026-0204H on House Bill 1134. If you are in favor of that motion, you will vote yes. If you are opposed to the motion, you will vote no. The clerk will call the roll.
Vice Chairman McDonald,
Yes.
Representative Guthrie,
Yes.
Representative Dolan,
Yes.
Representative Brown,
Yes.
clerk votes yes. Representative Franz,
Yes.
Representative Karazinski,
Yes.
Representative Murphy,
Yes.
Representative Walker,
Yes.
Representative Stavis,
No.
Representative Gilman,
No.
Representative Majori,
No.
Representative Frocht,
No.
Representative Colby,
No.
Representative Gerard,
No.
Representative Grund,
No.
Representative Schamberg.
No.
Madam Chair,
Yes. The motion passes with a vote of 10 to 8. The committee recommendation on House Bill 1134 is ought to pass with amendment, and that will go on the regular calendar. I will write the majority report, and will there be a minority report?
Yes, I will do that.
Okay, Representative Colby will write the minority report. Thank you. And with that, the chair closes the executive session on House Bill 1134. At this time, the chair will open the executive session on House Bill 1649, prohibiting certain tax dollars from being donated to nonprofit organizations. Chair recognizes Representative McDonald for a motion.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My motion is ITL.
Is there a second? Representative Stavis seconds that motion. Representative McDonald, would you like to speak to your motion?
Yes, please. In my community, nonprofits pay a very important part of it. We probably spend $10,000 in support of the nonprofits and save $150,000 or $200,000 worth of services. I know the process that they go through to get approval from the town for money is we look at their financials, the donations, see how much money they have on hand, how many people to provide their services to. I think it's a well-checked system that, at least in my community. The other concern I have is this second paragraph where it talks grants of financial assistance to nonprofit organizations through a competitive bidding process. I have no idea what that means. You're going to do Meals on Wheels and you're going to put it out for bid to see who can do it. I don't know, but I would ask that the committee support the ITL as this particular bill isn't really a benefit to the residents of our communities.
Further comments? Representative Brown is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I echo Representative McDonald's thought process on this. I know in our communities and in our county, we work with a lot of organizations that provide services to our community that we don't have either the expertise or the staff or the overall tax dollars to do the complete job. And yet when we give them some dollars to keep them going, they get, in some cases, matching dollars or other dollars that are encouraged to support those organizations so that we can provide services to people in the community that need them where we can't. So thank you.
Further comments? Seeing none, the motion before us is inexpedient to legislate on House Bill 1649. If you are in favor of that motion, you will vote yes. If you're opposed to the motion, you will vote no. The clerk will call the roll.
Vice Chairman McDonald,
Yes.
Representative Guthrie,
Yes.
Representative Dolan,
Yes.
Representative Brown?
Yes.
The clerk votes yes. Representative Franz?
Yes.
Representative Karazinski?
Yes.
Representative Murphy?
Yes.
Representative Walker?
Yes.
Representative Stavis?
Yes.
Representative Gilman?
Yes.
Representative Majori?
Yes.
Representative Frucht?
Yes.
Representative Colby?
Yes.
Representative Schamberg?
Yes.
Representative Gerard?
Yes.
Representative Grund?
Yes.
Madam Chair?
Yes. The motion passes with a vote of 18-0. The committee recommendation on House Bill 1649 is inexpedient to legislate, and that will go on the House consent calendar without objection. And who will write the report? Representative McDonald. Thank you. And with that, the chair will close the executive session on House Bill 1649. At this time, the chair will open the executive session on House Bill 1711 FN relative to governmental land uses. Do I have a motion? The chair recognizes Representative Frucht.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move OTP.
Thank you. Is there a second? The chair recognizes Representative Stavis for a second. Representative Frucht, would you like to speak to your motion?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would like to speak to it. This bill is a good bill. It builds upon existing law in terms of what constitutes a arm of the state, as it were, in relation to municipal zoning ordinances. It increases transparency by mandating a public hearing. It gives municipalities a little bit more leeway in terms of time for responding to a notice from a state agency. And it also enables them to request and receive information as to the applicant's certification and their ability to do the job that they say they're going to do. So therefore, I am going to vote ought to pass, and I recommend that the committee do likewise.
Thank you. Further comments? Representative Brown is recognized.
Sorry about this, but since I wasn't here, I have a question. On this, these are the current number of districts that you have of 5, correct? That you currently have. When I'm looking at the report here, that you have 5 current districts?
I think you're in the wrong bill.
That's why I did it wrong. Okay. Never mind. I'll defer since I was on the wrong.
Further comments? Seeing none, the motion before us is ought to pass on House Bill 1711 FN. If you are in favor of that motion, you will vote yes. If you are opposed to the motion, you will vote no. The clerk will call the roll.
Vice Chairman McDonald?
Yes.
Representative Guthrie?
Yes.
Representative Dolan?
Yes.
Representative Brown?
Brown?
Yes.
The clerk votes yes. Representative Franz?
Yes.
Representative Karazinski?
Yes.
Representative Murphy?
Yes.
Representative Walker?
Yes.
Representative Stavis?
Yes.
Representative Gilman?
Yes.
Representative Majori?
Yes.
Representative Frucht?
Yes.
Representative Colby?
Yes.
Representative Schamberg?
Yes.
Representative Gerard?
Yes.
Representative Grund?
Yes.
Madam Chair?
Yes. The motion passes with a vote of 18-0. The committee recommendation on House Bill 1711 FN is ought to pass. And without objection, that will be placed on the House consent calendar. And the committee report will be written by Representative Fracht. Thank you. And with that, the chair will close the executive session on House Bill 1711 FN. At this time, the chair will open the executive session on House Bill 1677, requiring a recommendation by a local budget committee or governing body when including warrant articles with a tax impact and an estimate for raising taxes under a local tax cap. The chair recognizes Representative Majori for a motion.
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman. I'd like to move ITL on House Bill 16, which one are we on? 77.
Is there a second? Representative Stavis seconds that motion. Representative Majori, would you like to speak to your motion?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chairwoman. I think I know I think we understood what the sponsor wanted to do, but what the plain language of the bill says is that you can't recommend only the warrant articles that have a recommendation from the Budget Committee or the governing body will count against the tax cap. That plain language just simply says, you know, hey, don't put a recommendation on the warrant article and it won't count against the tax cap. I don't think that's what the sponsor wants to do. I don't think that's how he wants to proceed, but that's exactly what it says. And for that reason, we can't support this bill.
Further comments? And so I would just like to briefly note that the bill as written and plainly read is a backdoor undoing of a properly, duly adopted tax cap. So for that reason, I will be supporting the recommendation of inexpedient to legislate. Further comments? Seeing none, the motion before us is inexpedient to legislate on House Bill 1677. If you are in favor of that motion, you will vote yes. If you are opposed to the motion, you will vote no. The clerk will call the roll.
Vice Chairman McDonald,
Yes.
Representative Guthrie,
Yes.
Representative Dolan,
Yes.
Representative Brown.
Yes.
The clerk votes yes. Representative Franz,
Yes.
Representative Karazinski,
Yes.
Representative Murphy,
Yes.
Representative Walker,
Yes.
Representative Stavis,
Yes.
Representative Gilman,
Yes.
Representative Majori,
Yes.
Representative Fracht,
Yes.
Representative Colby,
Yes.
Representative Gerard,
Yes.
Representative Grund,
Yes.
Representative Schamberg.
Yes.
Madam Chair,
Yes. The motion passes with a vote of 18-0. The committee recommendation on House Bill 1677 is inexpedient to legislate, and that will be placed on the House consent calendar without objection. And who will represent a majority will write the committee report. Thank you. And with that, the chair will close the executive session on House Bill 1677. 1161. I'm on a. At this time, the chair will open the executive session on House Bill 1161, removing the requirement for municipalities to have an advisory board for development districts. The chair recognizes Representative Majori for a motion.
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman. I'd like to move ought to pass on House Bill 1161.
Do I have a second? The chair recognizes Representative Gilman for a second. Representative Majori, would you like to speak to your motion?
Yes, thank you. Anything that Representative Hicks passes seems to be a good idea, and we should just not even question it. But that said, it is a good bill because what he's doing here is rather than make the advisory board for the development district mandatory and have to exist for the entire length or entire duration of the development district, which could be decades. You think of a length of a bond, 30 years, could be 10, 20, 30 years. This makes it optional. It'd be very hard to maintain that entire organization for that period of time. So they're not trying to get away from the advisory board and that significant input, but making it, rather than mandatory, making it advisory, which it seems to be a very good idea. And for that, I would, and again, because it's Representative Hicks, it's a great idea, and just vote unanimously by acclamation.
Further comments? Seeing none, the motion before us is ought to pass on House Bill 1161. If you are in favor of that motion, you will vote yes. If you are opposed to the motion, you will vote no. The clerk will call the roll.
Representative McDonald,
Yes.
Representative Guthrie,
Yes.
Representative Dolan,
Yes.
Representative Brown.
Yes.
The clerk votes yes. Representative Franz,
Yes.
Representative Karazinski,
Yes.
Representative Murphy,
Yes.
Representative Walker,
Yes.
Representative Stavis,
Yes.
Representative Gilman,
Yes.
Representative Majori,
Yes.
Representative Frocht,
Yes.
Representative Colby,
Yes.
Representative Gerard,
Yes.
Representative Grund,
Yes.
Representative Schamberg.
Yes.
Madam Chair,
Yes. The motion passes with a vote of 18-0. The committee recommendation on House Bill 1161 is ought to pass, and that will go on the House consent calendar without objection. And who would like to write the committee report? Representative Majori has raised his hand. Thank you. And with that, the chair will close the executive session on House Bill 1161. Next, the chair will open the executive session on House Bill 1380 local, requiring the assessment of real property and land to be based on replacement or cost-based value. Do I have a motion? Representative Stavis is recognized for a motion.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd like to move ITL on HB 1380.
Do I have a second? Representative Grund seconds that motion. Representative Stavis, would you like to speak to your motion?
Yes, Madam Chair, thank you very much. HB 1380 purports to be a bill that would lower tax rates in some mysterious way by basing replacement costs on cost rather than assessment, and it's a faulty assumption. It will not result in lower property taxes, and because it's a false assumption and it's a faulty bill, I think we should vote inexpedient to legislate. Thank you.
Thank you. Further comments? Representative Colby is recognized.
I think that there is little doubt that people are struggling, and it is incumbent upon us as legislators to create policies that may lower costs for taxpayers and renters, and address the downshifting that is sometimes caused by policy decisions. But just because we change a formula or the order of that formula doesn't mean that the total required amount to be raised through taxation will change. A plus B equals C, and B plus A also equals C.
The chair recognizes Representative Majori.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And just looking in, again, the plain language of the bill and listening to what the sponsor was saying, and I agree with the sponsor that real estate prices have gone crazy. They have, straight up on the curve. What you're doing with this bill is starting from this point now in time, which you're saying is a crazy point. And then I know you're cutting that in half, but you're stating that the point that we are starting with is ludicrous. And I agree with that. So the calculus in the bill would need to be reworked. And I just don't know how the calculus could be created in a way that represents a fair point in time. So thank you.
Further comments? Seeing none, the motion before us is inexpedient to legislate on House Bill 1380 local. If you are in favor of that motion, you will vote yes. If you are opposed to the motion, you will vote no. The clerk will call the roll.
Vice Chairman McDonald,
Yes.
Representative Guthrie,
Yes.
Representative Dolan,
Yes.
Representative Brown.
Yes.
The clerk votes yes. Representative Franz,
Yes.
Representative Karazinski,
Yes.
Representative Murphy,
Yes.
Representative Walker,
Yes.
Representative Stavis,
Yes.
Representative Gilman,
Yes.
Representative Majori,
Yes.
Representative Frocht,
Yes.
Representative Colby,
Yes.
Representative Gerard,
Yes.
Representative Grund,
Yes.
Representative Schamberg.
Yes.
Madam Chair,
Yes. The motion passes with a vote of 18-0. The committee recommendation on House Bill 1380 local is inexpedient to legislate, and that will go on the House consent calendar without objection. And who would like to write the report? Representative Stavis, thank you. And with that, the chair will close the executive session on House Bill 1380 local. This time, the chair will open the executive session on House Bill 1076, relative to authorizing or rescinding the use of electronic ballot counting devices. Do I have a motion? It was Representative Stavis is recognized for a motion.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would like to move ought to pass on HB 1076.
Is there a second? Representative McDonald seconds that motion. Representative Stavis, would you like to speak to your motion?
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. This is a very simple bill. It just adds the rescission mechanism to a simple bill to choose to purchase electronic balloting devices. And I'm rapidly losing my ability to put words together.
Thank you. Are there comments? Okay, seeing none, the motion before us is ought to pass on House Bill 1076. If you are in favor of that motion, you will vote yes. If you are opposed to the motion, you will vote no. Clerk will call the roll.
Vice Chairman McDonald,
Yes.
Representative Guthrie,
Yes.
Representative Dolan,
Yes.
Representative Brown.
Yes.
The clerk votes yes. Representative Franz,
Yes.
Representative Karazinski,
Yes.
Representative Murphy,
Yes.
Representative Walker,
Yes.
Representative Stavis,
Yes.
Representative Gilman,
Yes.
Representative Majori,
Yes.
Representative Frocht,
Yes.
Representative Colby,
No.
Representative Gerard,
No.
Representative Grund,
No.
Representative Schamberg.
Yes.
Madam Chair,
Yes. The motion passes with a vote of 15-3. The committee recommendation on House Bill 1076 is ought to pass. And without objection, that will go on the House consent calendar.
Madam Chair?
Yes.
Could an item appear on the consent calendar but still have a minority report?
No. And who will write the committee report?
What? I don't know how this works.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
may I ask if the member has an objection to it going onto the consent calendar?
I do. Okay, so seeing that there's an objection, it will go on the regular calendar. So who will write the majority report? Representative Davis, did you make that motion? Okay. Okay, and so just to be clear, minority reports are optional, but that doesn't preclude the ability to debate it.
I would love to
Yeah.
write a minority report.
Okay, then
Perfect.
yes. So I'm not trying to suppress any committee reports.
Nope, that's okay.
Just trying to clarify the process. Because we've heard in meetings that with the speaker and the clerk, the House clerk, that there's this notion that every bill must have a minority report. But if a member would like to write a minority report, you are welcome to write one.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
So Representative Colby will write the minority report. Very good. Okay, so with that, the chair will close the executive session on House Bill 1076. So at this point in time, Representative Grund, did you have a question? Okay. Oh, okay. Okay, so just want to make sure that this all is clear on this last bill that we did. So before we adjourn, I have a couple of afternoon announcements. So as you all know, that the House will be in session this week on Thursday, February 5th. And this committee will meet again next Tuesday, February 10th, and we will be meeting at 9 o'clock. And I will be scheduling the bill that the executive session. For the bill that I opened and recessed, we will take that up and exec that on Tuesday, the 10th at 9. And then following that, we will exec, I believe we have 9 or 10 more bills. I didn't mean exec, I meant we'll have the hearings. So on the remainder of the bills that have been referred to this committee. So with regards to committee reports, we have two different sets. We have the set of early bills, 3 of which we exec today. And I would ask that members writing reports for those bills have those to me, the chair, via email as soon as possible. I would really like to be able to submit those tomorrow morning. Okay, so if this is not possible, with regards to just those early bills, please email your reports to me no later than midnight on Friday, February 6th. I will submit them on Saturday. So, and then I'll go on to the bills we just execed. I see Representative Grund has a comment.
So just to clarify, so yeah, I can't get it to you tomorrow morning, but I can get it to you tomorrow. It'll just be later in the day.
Okay, so the deadline for submission for the next order of things
But do you know
or
what the
later
time?
in the day, then that will be fine.
Yeah, okay.
Okay,
I'll
so-
try to get to you by noon.
Okay, that would be fine. And so I want these early bills they have to be in and reported to the committee assistant and researcher because the deadline is next Wednesday. So I want to we have a lot of early bills across all committees, so I just want to ensure that the committee researcher and assistant and the other people down the line have enough time to do what they need to do in order to meet the overall House deadline with regards to these early bills. So again, any of these other bills that we execed here this afternoon that weren't early bills, It would be great if you could get those into me by Friday midnight so that I can take a look at them, approve them, and then submit them. And any question, I would, before I say questions or comments, again, I would like to thank Representative Schomburg, yes, as well as Representative Brown for spending time with our committee today and subbing. We appreciate your time. And any questions or comments? Representative Majori.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I was talking with somebody the other day who was commenting on the technical nature of some of the things that we do here in the committee and how we keep it all straight. So I'd like to give a shout out or a high five or a fist bump to our clerk, who, I don't know how you keep up with what we say in our hearings, but when we go on for an hour talking about one bill, I can only imagine how fast you are writing. So I just want to say on behalf of all of us, thank you for all that you do.
And on that note, I would like to thank all committee members for all that you do, for your time and your service is greatly appreciated. And I also, as the chair, appreciate your patience and your flexibility, because this committee is somewhat of a wild ride. And thank you for just hanging in there, hanging on, and we're doing very well. And so I appreciate all of you. And with that, any more questions or comments? Oh, Representative Focht.
Thank you, Madam Chair. At the outset of last month, you had indicated that we would be coming for committee meetings twice a week. Is that still the case?
Thank you for the question, Representative Frock. So that based on my overall master schedule, that pertained to January. And due to the fact that House sessions are now being scheduled for the month of February, I'm trying to avoid us coming in twice. So again, I have to look at how many bills do we have to exec, how much time is left. So I don't foresee that. I don't want to have to come in on Fridays, because then we'll be coming to Concord 3 times a week, and one of those will be back to back. I'd like to avoid that, but I hope that answers your question. It's to be determined. I'm going to do my best. Yes, Representative Davis.
I'd also like to add that in my going through the bills that we've already heard and those we'd exec, I mean, we're pretty far along. We don't have that many more bills to hear. It's the execing that we have to catch up on. So I know I want to thank all of you for your willingness to just kind of zip through these exec votes. I know that can be trying, but with as many bills as we have, it's just absolutely necessary. But I think that the twice a week, we're just not going to need that anymore, probably.
So yeah, just for very briefly, after next Tuesday, we will have heard all the bills, all 81 bills referred to this committee. And so what will be left thereafter is to exec bills. So depending upon what we might be able to do next Tuesday, I'm looking at doing a big exec day on the 17th. Okay, so be attentive to your email and House calendar. So, and with that, the meeting is now adjourned.